All right, testing 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me?
This is a KUGR sports production.
Good pass down low to Eric, and he scores off the glass.
Giving you play-by-play coverage of all your favorite WSU athletics.
He doesn't get it! He's stuffed at the line!
Football, basketball, baseball, hockey, and more.
Absolutely electrifying play from Washington State to get them right back in this game.
Follow us on YouTube at KUGR Sports to listen to every game live.
What a play! What a kill by Brewstad!
Never miss a moment with the best in the West. KUGR, the student voice of the Palouse.
Gets the Cougs on the board with less than 20 seconds remaining in this first period. Here come the Cougs.
And now, on to the game.
It's late in December, and that means it's the most wonderful time of the year. It's the Coca-Cola Bowl season here for college football, and right here in Boise, Idaho, it's the Famous Idaho Potato Bowl held between the Utah State Aggies and the Washington State Cougars. My name is Nathan Eshelman. I'm joined by Davis Hagen. And Davis, we're about to watch pretty much a future Pac-12 game right here in the Potato Bowl.
Absolutely. Two future Pac-12 teams. You know, the Pac-12 collapsed. Everybody went across the country, and the two teams that stayed, Washington State and Oregon State, one of those teams is bowl eligible after becoming Pac-12 champs earlier this year. They had the split against Oregon State, but they had the better overall record, and the point differential went in their favor, so Pac-12 champs. But now, Utah State, and amongst a different landscape of college football, they come to the Pac-12 with Boise State, who were at the field for today here in Boise, Idaho. So not only a future Pac-12 matchup between two teams, but also a sight for these fans, Aggie fans and Cougar fans that made the trip here to Boise to be able to witness this field for themselves and trying to get used to this, as they're going to be seeing a lot of the blue turf coming down the stretch over the future of college football now that the new Pac-12 has officially entered its stage of rebuild, and now next year will be the first edition of the new Pac-12, and two teams that feel like they have a really good shot going into next year.
It's going to be a lot of fun rivalries that could be started with this new conference, but both teams, they had to get through this season, and it's been a bumpy road for each team, both being at 6-6. Cougars especially have had a very bumpy road, and in the past recent weeks, so much drama, so much speculation on what could happen next year. And I mean, it's been a ride. It's been a ride.
It's been a very unpredictable season, to say the least, for Washington State. There was kind of mixed emotions going into the year as well, with Jimmy Rogers coming over from South Dakota State, kind of an unknown guy. He was there at South Dakota State for a long time, but he kind of inherited a really good program for the Jackrabbits and ended up winning a national championship. Comes over to Pullman, and there's a lot of hype saying this guy won a national championship, and he brings over a ton of talent, and it doesn't really go exactly how people thought it was going to. Jackson Potter gets the start to start the year. He had a fantastic camp, completed over 80% of his passes, but the offense, very underwhelming. The defense also was still trying to figure things out, missed a ton of tackles, but they started the year 2-0. And then that North Texas game kind of derailed the entire season, and at that point, everyone was scratching their head saying, what's going on? And then from there, it was kind of alternating wins and losses throughout the season. They played 4 top 25 teams this year at the final rankings when they came out. James Madison made the college football playoff, as well as Ole Miss. They played Virginia and North Texas. 3 out of those 4 were close. They lost by a combined 9 points to those teams. So good season, but none of those were wins. And so you go down the list, they didn't beat a single Power 4 team this year. And then Jimmy Rogers somehow, in some world, gets a promotion. Out of a 6-6 year, they make the Idaho Potato Bowl, but on a random Friday afternoon, Jimmy Rogers heads to Iowa State, and now the Cougars are left with an open spot again. And then enter Kirby Moore, a guy from Prosser. He is in love with Washington State, it seems. He went to Boise State. He's familiar with the blue turf, so a Pacific Northwest guy that comes back to his home state, and now he's got a chance to build Washington State back up. But that's 2 years in a row now, Nathan, where we're sitting at bowl time, and Washington State has an interim head coach to fill the shoes of the guy that got a promotion after a decent year for Washington State.
And Jesse Bobbitt will be that interim head coach, and he won't even be sticking around since he will be joining Jimmy Rogers in Iowa State. But kind of similar to the Cougars season, Utah State Aggies, they also have been struggling against the Power 4 programs, and so many games could have gone their way. They just haven't had that extra edge at the end of games, and they finished 6-6 themselves, struggling a little bit on the road, only finishing 1-5, and it's a little surprising when you look at their numbers.
Yeah, top 36 offense led by a dynamic quarterback, Bryson Barnes. I am very excited to get to see him. He was kind of their gadget player last year when the Cougars met against the Aggies. Spencer Petras was the quarterback for Utah State, and that was just not really working. They put Bryson Barnes in. He had a couple nice runs, but that was really all he did. This year he comes in. Now he's a second-team All-Mountain West player, threw for over 2,600 yards, added over 700 on the ground. Their leading rusher as well. 27 touchdowns for Bryson Barnes this year. And so that offense has been great. They average around 32 points a game. The problem is their defense has let up a ton of points. He talked about their tough schedule. They played Texas A&M, and they lost 44-22. You put up 22 points against the Aggies, who are a fantastic defense. We saw that in the college football playoff. If it weren't for a pretty wild kicking game, they probably go in and win that game against Miami. And then they also played Vanderbilt, who had a Heisman runner-up player in Diego Pavia. They put up 35 points against Vanderbilt and lost by 20. So this team has had a really unique year as well. But the thing for Utah State that's slightly different opposed to Washington State, now trying to figure out their future, Bronco Mendenhall, their head coach, is in his first year, full year, and he's coming back for another round. And I think that's where Utah State has a slight edge going into next year with the new Pac-12 is they have an established coach, and we'll see what happens here today because this is a springboard for next year.
Something also to look forward to for the Utah State Aggies for the future to come is just a gadget guy all around in Anthony Garcia. Such an exciting player, and hopefully we see something of him today, either at quarterback, running back, or wide receiver.
Yeah, this is a guy that you're really high on, Nathan. Anthony Garcia, so dynamic. I would not be surprised if they pulled out a couple different trick plays. You see it all across bowl season. I mean, you got nothing to lose in these games. They're supposed to be fun. I mean, the football's painted on a potato, and we had baked potatoes before this game. So all kinds of things are going to be fun here in Boise, but the most fun is when you get into your bag of tricks and you can release those crazy double passes. But when you have a guy like Anthony Garcia, he is just absolutely electric. He could do it in all three phases of offense, rushing, passing, and receiving. So really dynamic player. And same with Bryson Barnes. So those two guys, it's going to be tough for this Washington State defense. It's played great all year, but this is going to be a unique test.
It will be for sure a unique test. And part of that test is what the coverage can do when you have multiple players that might not be playing today due to transfer portal. That is a problem for both sides. But Davis, who do you think are the key players for each side of this game for each team to take the advantage?
Yeah, I think we talked about the transfer portal in the modern day and age of being a big negative on these bowl games where people are just leaving, and it's the same case for Utah State and Washington State. Obviously, Tony Freeman entered the portal, but he is going to play today, so that's a huge boost for this Washington State offense. On Utah State side, Hagen, their leading receiver, almost 1,000 yards this season, not going to play. So now they're faced with a question of who's going to be their next receiver to step up, because they had a guy in Hagen that was absolutely electric on the outside. It was like Bryson Barnes could lob it up to him and they would just catch it, and he almost had 1,000 yards. Now they have to go find their next guy. So the impact player for Utah State is going to be that wide receiver 2 who can step up and take Hagen's place. That's going to be Brady Boyd. Leads the team in touchdowns with 7 on the year. Brady Boyd, the Texas Tech transfer, going to be a huge factor in this game. And for Washington State, also the receiver position, Josh Meredith, the senior, going out on a high note is going to be crucial for him, especially for the NFL draft coming up. We saw with Kyle Williams last year in the Holiday Bowl, went absolutely nuts against Syracuse. And now we have a chance for Josh Meredith to do the same thing and rise himself up in the draft boards. But yeah, the wide receivers going to be the biggest impact in this game, in my opinion.
Do you think that Washington State will hold a similar type of offensive scheme with a little bit of a change at the running back position? Kirby Voorhees is not going to be in today due to the transfer portal. Angel Johnson has been a little up and down this season, and he has been announced as the starting running back. Yeah, I think that could be a factor.
I do think it's going to be a similar offense. Danny Freund's still the offensive coordinator. Kirby Voorhees not in. I think it's going to be more running back by committee. Angel Johnson will get the bulk of the carries, I think, and we'll see how things go. It's going to be very, very fun to try to figure out what the future is going to look like in this game, because it's going to look totally different. I mean, Tuesday. Tomorrow is going to be completely different. Bobbitt's going to be gone. Who knows who else is going to be gone. So going to be a very exciting game. But, yeah, running back by committee is the way to go.
Well, we have started lining up. The Cougars are going to be kicking to the right side. Cougars are wearing white. Utah State wearing navy blue and their cowboy helmets. They'll receive the ball first after the Cougars won the coin toss. Harris getting ready to kick it away to Utah State. It's away. It's a booming punt or a kick, and it's going to hit the end zone, leading to a touchback, and Utah State will take it first. Starting lineup for the Utah State Aggies at quarterback, their redshirt senior Bryson Barnes. And at wide receiver, it's going to be Anthony Garcia and Kahanu Davis. At running back, it is going to be a little bit running back by committee. It appears to be Miles Davis and Javen Jacobs. At tight end is going to be number 83, Josh Sturzer, who is filling in for the injured Brock Lane. For the Cougars defense, they're going to be led by Parker McKenna, who was questionable coming into today, but he will still be in. But Utah State will take it off the left side from the 25-yard line. Barnes takes a snap. It's going to be a quick toss. That appeared to be Cash Kayo. Javen Jacobs was actually lined up in the tight end position and got a toss play, and he got up about 4 yards. It's going to be 2nd down and 6. Utah State running quickly to the line, running with a little bit of tempo. 14 minutes, 38 seconds on the clock. 2 running backs in the backfield surrounding Barnes. Shotgun formation, 2 wide receivers out to his left. Barnes is going to move his man in motion. Takes the snap. It's going to be a rollout to his left, looking for a man down the field. Pressure coming from the Cougars, throwing it deep down the field, just out of bounds, and it's going to lead to a 3rd down. Great pressure there by the Cougars, and it appeared to be number 24.
Yeah, with Bryson Barnes, he can get out of the pocket pretty easily. He threw on the run that time, just had to throw it away and live to fight another down. But this is a guy that wants to run you over. He's not really a finesse. I don't know if finesse is in his toolbox at all. He's going to try to run you over, and he's not afraid. He kind of reminds me of Haynes King for Georgia Tech, which by the end of the game, he's going to be in an ice bath for about 2 days after this one.
Well, Barnes ready for this 3rd down from the 26-yard or from the 29-yard line. He takes the snap, looking to his left, inside pass is swatted away, and it's going to lead to a 4th down. That was number 17 for the Cougars to swat it away. Great play there. Jamani Smith.
Yeah, great job by Smith. I mean, I'm surprised there was no flag on that. He looked like he got there a little bit early, but it bounces off the head of the intended receiver, and the Aggies go 3 and out after back-to-back incompletions. So a really good start for the defense that have played so good all year. Top 13 in the country in passing defense.
Barnes tried to target Garcia, and it was incomplete. 0 for 2 to start the game. 14 minutes, 18 seconds on the clock, and the punt is now on the way. It appears to be number 48 for the Cougars returning. It appears to maybe be Freeman swapping out jerseys rather than being 0 on offense. But the punt goes out of bounds. No return needed. And the Cougars look like they're going to get the ball at the 34-yard line. 1st down and 10 coming up for the Cougars. And what a start, though, by the Cougars defense, being stout both in coverage and not letting the quickness of Bryson Barnes get the best of them.
Yeah, it looks like Maxwell Woods is going to be the starter. We saw that Angel Johnson was announced the starting running back. I would not be surprised if it's almost an even split between the 3 running backs, Pululasi, Woods, and Johnson.
Well, Eckhouse is there at quarterback. He's in for the Cougars. He's got Woods on his right. It's going to be Meredith in motion. It's looking left. Eckhouse now throws it to his right. Woods catches it out of the backfield, tackled out of bounds, loses it, but he got out of bounds, and it's going to be about a gain of 4 yards on the play. Clock still running now at 14 minutes left in the 1st quarter. 2nd down and 6 coming up.
I like the start, get Zevi going early, and that's kind of what has been working well for Washington State is when Eckhouse sees the completions happen, it's almost like a point guard in basketball. When you see the ball through the hoop, all of a sudden you start to get hot.
Well, Eckhouse ready to feel it now. 2 wide receivers on his left, 2 tight ends close to the line of scrimmage. Woods in motion. It's a fake play action. Eckhouse looking deep down the field, trying to find Trey Lechner just over his head, and it's going to be incomplete. Quick 3rd down coming up for the Cougars as well.
That would have been one of the best catches I've seen Trey Lechner make, and he's made some good catches, and he scored some touchdowns for Washington State, but that one was over the shoulder. He was kind of reaching out, trying to turn his head to find it. That would have been just absolutely incredible. One of those catches where you throw in the pool and you jump in. He didn't have any pool to jump in there, so he couldn't catch it, but that was just almost a catch. That would have been a huge play.
Lots of new faces in for the bowl game today. Eckhouse, there's a heavy passing set. 3 wide receivers on his left. Woods still in the backfield. Utah State looking like they're going to run their normal nickel or their 3-4. Eckhouse takes a snap. It's going to be a quick throw to the middle of the field. It's going to be caught by it appeared to be Meredith, but he got wrapped up short, or actually right at the first down marker, and that is going to be a Cougars first down going to the 44-yard line. Eckhouse quickly moving with tempo. It's going to be a quick play action again. Eckhouse stepping up in the pocket after some pressure, throws it over the middle of the field to Noga, and Noga will go down at the 34-yard line. Eckhouse doing a great job finding him.
Well, it seems like Washington State has woken up their offense in this game, kind of going back almost to the air raid. They haven't even had a run attempt yet.
Eckhouse, quick tempo once again, finds a quick number 8, Brandon Ganesh-Morthy, redshirt sophomore from Monroe, Washington, on a left side for a 4-yard completion. Very quick drive right now for the Cougars, and Eckhouse is feeling it.
And here comes the wrecking ball that we know in Angel Johnson. I'm excited to get to see one more game of Angel Johnson. He finally broke a tackle against Oregon State and scored. Maybe he's got his confidence back.
What could be his final game of his collegiate career. Hopefully he ends on a high note. Eckhouse with Johnson on his left. 2 tight ends on offensive line set. Meredith now in motion, moving to the right side of the field. Eckhouse now taking his time. Takes the snap. It's a low snap, able to recover it. Looking to Meredith on the right side. He finds him wide open, and he moves up a little bit more down the field. Tackled out of bounds at the 18-yard line. Tackle on the play by number 15, D'Angelo Maez of the Aggies.
Yeah, like what Washington State's doing with their offense. They're getting the ball out very quick. Eckhouse has not faced a lot of pressure so far because they're getting the ball out so early. And already our impact player, Josh Meredith, with 2 catches on the drive.
Eckhouse once again in the backfield. Johnson on his right. Lechner and Fale on the right side of the line now. Looks like the Aggies might send a blitz. Meredith in motion once again. He is a blitz, but Eckhouse sails it over Meredith's head. Found him quickly open, but incomplete on that one. 2nd down and 10 coming up from the 18-yard line of it. 11 minutes, 33 seconds on the clock of the first quarter.
Yeah, the 2 missed throws so far for Eckhouse. He's 4 of 6 on the drive. 2 of them were overthrows. That one there just has to be a completion. That's too easy. That's something you work on every day of the week. And he was misfired on that one. A little bit too high over Meredith.
Eckhouse once again with Johnson in the backfield. 3 wide receivers on Eckhouse's left in the red zone. He's going to send a man in motion. It's going to be a play action. And it finds Tony Freeman. Short pass, quickly pushed out of bounds by Utah State. That was number 4, Brevlin Hamlin, who has been a key factor for the Aggies all season long and trying to play up on the field right there. 3rd down and 7 upcoming from the 15-yard line. Cougars wanting to start this game strong with a touchdown. Sun glaring maybe in the eyes of a couple players. 2 wide receivers on each side of the line of scrimmage. Woods back in the backfield. He's going to be sent in motion to the left side. Eckhouse looking quickly to Freeman, and it's incomplete. Dropped at the 10-yard line. Good defense and coverage by the Aggies. That appeared to be number 4, Brevlin Hamlin once again.
Yeah, Hamlin is such a stud for Utah State. 139 tackles in his career. What a really good play to stop that. He was right at the sticks, was Freeman. So if he got that, that would have been 1st and goal for Washington State. Instead, it has to be a field goal attempt for Stevens.
Jack Stevens from the far right hash. He's 14 of 16 on the season. Going to be kicking it from about the 22-yard line, 32-yard field goal. It's up. It's no good. He did not catch it really cleanly at all. Not much power and not a lot of accuracy. Missed it far right. Just really not a good kick.
Yeah, Nathan, I'm getting some flashbacks to Corvallis being out on the concourse in the cold. About a 30-yard field goal on the right hash. Missed it straight off the right upright. I'm getting a little bit of PTSD after that Oregon State miss from Stevens, and for some reason, that's his kryptonite.
Apparently his kryptonite is when you and I are commentating the Cougars from the concourse. But with that miss, it is still a 0-0 ball game. 10 minutes, 51 seconds left in the first quarter. You're listening to KUGR Sports, the student voice of the Palouse. Welcome back to KUGR Radio. We're still here in Boise, Idaho. It's a 0-0 game after that missed field goal by Washington State, which is really not a whole lot on that kick.
Yeah, Stevens just didn't angle it towards the uprights. He just kicked it straight again, just like he did at Oregon State. It just goes straight, and I'm curious if the interim head coach, Jesse Bobbitt, will elect to continue to try to kick in that situation. This is similar to struggles that other teams have had across the country with kicking. Now the question becomes, do you even trust your kicker anymore? I would still trust Stevens. He's only missed a couple of kicks this year, and if you get close enough like that, it was 4th and 7 almost, so you almost have to kick from about 30 yards out, but still 0-0 on the scoreboard, so that is a huge missed opportunity. But defense played well on the first drive, so we'll see if they can keep it going.
Well, Utah State takes possession once again, giving the ball back to Bryson Barnes. He takes the snap, tries to run quickly, but Caleb Frankel gets in the backfield and causes a loss. Good play there by the Cougars defense.
What a job by Caleb Frankel. Just shot out of a cannon and knocked Bryson Barnes off balance, which is very, very tough to do. Barnes is 6'2", 210 pounds.
Well, Barnes quickly moves the Aggies to the line. He's alone in the backfield, takes the snap, looking down the field, pressure coming from the Cougars, but he gets able to get out of it. There is a flag in the backfield, tries to scramble up, tackled out of bounds by the Cougars, but this play might be coming back.
And Schlingen's got to be careful after that play. He tackled him and he leapfrogged off the back of Bryson Barnes, stepping over him. Don't want to get any unsportsmanlike penalties, but there is a flag way in the backfield, probably holding on Utah State.
See what the referees decide. It appears it is going to be holding on Utah State.
On the center, Jimmy Liston. So kind of rare for a center to get the hold. It's typically on the perimeter where the edges are crashing down on the quarterback, but anybody can get caught with a hold, especially if it's right in front of the umpire, right in the middle of the field there.
Bryson Barnes, sometimes when he creates movement with his feet, creates confusion from the offensive line and where they have to block, but it leads to a penalty and a big second down and 21 from the 10-yard line. Barnes sends his running back in motion on the left side. It's a play action pressure coming from the Cougars once again, and he goes down. Big sack there on the play by the Cougars defense. Buda Paletti getting there. He might get credit with a full sack there, getting him 4 on the season. Great pressure there from the Cougars without a blitz.
Yeah, and also Malaki Taase was just barreling down. One of those guys gets the sack. Taase ended up way behind the play, but he blasted through the offensive line. He's a guy that's in the transfer portal for Washington State, but still playing in this bowl game. And that's some good tape to put on for some other team out there.
Well, a 3rd and 27 now from their own 3-yard line. Barnes is going to throw it, but he's actually going to keep it and taking it himself. Running up the left side, big hit, collision, and it is going to be a 4th down, but the Cougars defense hyped up after a big tackle from Jabari Smith, the freshman really showing up so far in this first quarter.
Twice on 3rd downs, Smith making the play. This time he hits Barnes incredibly hard. Hit him with the shoulder, though. Came right in, got his head out of the way, a clean hit on Barnes, but he's going to be feeling that one. But that's the kind of player that Barnes is. He's not going to shy away from that contact. He's going to go right at you on the next drive.
9 minutes now on the clock. Aggies punting from their own 8-yard line. Punter in the end zone is Landon Reckout. Reckout gets it away. A high punt. Freeman ready to catch it. Fair caught it at the 44-yard line, and the Cougars will take possession with 8:45 on the clock. Great defense so far from Washington State. Aggies, they are also playing good on that one drive, but the field goal was missed. Let's see what the Cougars can do in their next possession. We're going to go to break. You're listening to KUGR Radio, the student voice of the Palouse. Welcome back to KUGR. Washington State defense and their defensive front has been a force so far in the first 6 minutes of this game. Davis, what are you seeing?
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure getting let through. Their offensive line's kind of split like a baked potato right now. They can't stop anything. Bryson Barnes is scrambling for his life almost on every play. Cougars were able to pick up a sack on that last drive, including, which to me, a holding call kind of equates to a sack. You go back 10 yards, and they were 2nd and 20 and then got sacked again, 3rd down from your own 3-yard line. There's nothing you can do really in that situation, force them to punt. So their offensive line for Utah State's been their biggest problem all year long. They allowed 39 sacks in the regular season, which is bottom of the Mountain West. And trying to scale the peak now, your offensive line's got to get a lot better. For Bronco Mendenhall, that's definitely going to be a point of emphasis in the transfer portal this offseason.
Well, for the Aggies, their defense has been pretty stout too. When it got to the red zone, Hamblin made a lot of plays. He's back with the Aggies defense, trying to stop Zevi Eckhouse. Cougars on the field at the 44-yard line, 8 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock in the first quarter. Maxwell Woods behind Zevi Eckhouse, 2 wide receivers on his right. Pistol formation, it's going to be Tony Freeman in motion to the left side of the field. Eckhouse, another play action of Woods. His offensive lineman gets bulldozed, but Eckhouse, great throw under pressure, finds Josh Meredith down the field, caught at the 41-yard line in Aggies territory. It's a Cougars first down.
That's a 3rd catch for Josh Meredith. That one a first down, and I don't know how Eckhouse got that off because he was getting blasted in the face when he let that go.
Lots of pressure from the defense. Gabriel Iniguez with the pressure, but now a Cougar offensive lineman is down. That could be Johnny Lester, the starting left guard of the Cougars, and hopefully it's nothing too serious. He looked like he got like a little run over on that last play, ran to the line of scrimmage and just went down before a play could get set. Hopefully it's nothing too serious. But with that injury, we're going to go to break. Listen to KUGR, Student Voice of the Police. Welcome back to KUGR. Johnny Lester was the offensive lineman getting injured on the field. He was able to walk off with some assistance from the training staff. Noah Dunham has filled in his spot at the left guard position. Cougars offense moving down the field. They're at the 41-yard line. First down and 10, 8 minutes, 23 seconds left in the first quarter. Eckhouse in shotgun set, 2 wide receivers to his left. Lechner on the line of scrimmage. It's going to be a handoff to Maxwell Woods, who's in the backfield, trying to find any gap, but it was all filled by the Aggies, and that is going to be only a gain of 1. Second down and 9 coming up, 8 minutes and 12 seconds on the clock.
A rare run play called for Washington State. They've been pretty much all aerial assault so far, trying to get Eckhouse maybe a bowl record in passing attempts.
Oh, Maxwell Woods still in the backfield. Eckhouse looking ready to throw it again. It is going to be a play action, a blitz sent by the Aggies, and he's going to get there. Ball did come loose, but it appears the refs are going to say he was down. That was number 15, D'Angelo Mays, coming in on a blitz, his first sack of the season. Great job there.
Yeah, the corner for Utah State making the play, and when you got a guy like Zevi Eckhouse that's pretty dynamic, just like their quarterback Bryson Barnes, you're going to need pretty much everybody to be ready to step up and make a play, and a good decision by Mays to come tackle Eckhouse, but almost got back to the line of scrimmage there.
Eckhouse was alone in the backfield. He sends Angel Johnson now in the backfield. Eckhouse making a change at the line of scrimmage. 3 wide receivers, 2 is left, 3rd and 11 after this 2-yard sack. Eckhouse takes the snap. It was a low snap, lofting it down the center of the field. He finds a man, and he's in the end zone. Touchdown, Cougars. Number 88, Mackenzie Elaine. So many unsung heroes for the Cougars. The redshirt freshman from Chicago, Illinois, making a name for himself right there, just breaking the seam and getting the first points of the game for the Washington State Cougars. 6-0 is the score, and the extra point now ready to be kicked by Jack Stevens, who is 29-29 on the season. 7 minutes, 8 seconds on the first quarter. Stevens, his kick is up, and it goes right through the uprights. 7-0 is now the score. And just like that, the Cougars have all the momentum, and it's been just through their passing attack. So many passing attempts, and Meredith has been a big part of it, but right there, just a great throw under duress once again. Eckhouse really feeling it today.
A 41-yard touchdown pass to Mackenzie Elaine. He had 1 catch all year, and that was for 9 yards against Louisiana Tech. They tried to target Mackenzie Elaine against North Texas a couple of times in that major blowout earlier in the year, but now he finally gets his number called in the end zone nonetheless for the first points of bowl season for Washington State. What a great throw by Eckhouse, and there's been a ton of pressure in the last couple of plays. Utah State deciding that they're going to bring some blitzes, and Eckhouse just stood in there, delivered an absolute strike for the touchdown.
Well, with that touchdown, we're going to go to break. Washington State Cougars leading the Utah State Aggies 7-0. You're listening to KUGR Sports, the student voice of the Palouse. Welcome back to KUGR. We're here in Boise, Idaho, and Zevi Eckhouse really just feeling it today. And why do you think that is, Davis?
Well, he's zipping the pill all over the field so far in the famous Idaho Potato Bowl, and I think it's the change of offense. It's still Danny Freund calling the plays, but 11 passing attempts for Zevi Eckhouse, including that 41-yard touchdown. Against Oregon State in their last win, he had only 28 pass attempts for the entire game. So I think when you open up the offense for Zevi and let him just kind of let loose and be himself, that's really when he thrives, when he's kind of trying to be contained and you only give him maybe 25 to 28 passing attempts per game. He's going to try to force something when you don't know if you're going to get another chance to throw it. When you're guaranteed at least 30 to 40 passing attempts, which he's on pace for here in this game, he feels like he takes a little more care of the ball, which almost feels backwards in the mind, like a reverse psychology type thing for Zevi Eckhouse, but he's looked fantastic so far today. Already 11 passing attempts, completing 8 of them, including that 41-yard touchdown. So he's been electrifying for Washington State, and you got to keep the offense going with him. We thought it might be a lot of run game to try to replace Voorhees, but they've gone the complete other way and have spread it out to the wide receivers, including Mackenzie Elaine with the second catch of the year.
Just second catch ever for his career in college, and over 100 passing yards just halfway through the quarter for the Cougars, and Ryan Harris ready to kick it off. It is going to be returned now by the Aggies at the 4-yard line. Caught and has a seam on the right side, trying to find his way up. Big hit out of bounds. It is going to lead to a flag. The sideline is hyped up for Washington State, but the Aggies very unhappy with that as he got blasted out of bounds. The Aggies will get the possession, but it will be after a 15-yard penalty.
Javen Jacobs, the second-string running back, was returning that one, and he got absolutely lit up on the 35-yard line. I don't know who blasted him out of bounds for Washington State, but it drew a flag.
It appeared to be someone wearing number 98, which is either Tayase or Ryan Harris. If that was Ryan Harris, the kicker. That is quite an explosive hit.
Yeah, and then they called the penalty after the play, so the hit didn't necessarily draw it, but it came out almost immediately after the hit. So, yeah, what's the kicker, Ryan Harris? As soon as he stepped out of bounds, he took a couple more steps, and then Ryan Harris saw blood in the water and just decleated him.
Pat McAfee would be proud of that one. The punter making a big hit right there. But with that penalty and a great return by Jacobs, the Aggies will get possession very far down the field. Referees having a little bit of trouble trying to figure out where they're going to place the ball. It appears they're going to get it at the 44-yard line in their own territory, but only 6 yards from passing the 50-yard line for the first time of the day. Bryson Barnes with 2 running backs in the backfield. His tight end, Cash, is in motion. It's snapped, and it's going to be a flip out to the right to Jacobs, who had a great return, and it's going to lead to a great first down. Good start to the drive for Utah State.
Yeah, Bronco Mendenhall talked about that this week. The triple option is going to be something that they utilize this year and next year, trying to get Bryson Barnes incorporated. He won't be their quarterback next year, but somebody similar that can run will most likely be taking over.
It's going to be snapped once again to Barnes, and this time he's going to hand it straight to Jacobs up the middle, met immediately by the linebacking core of the Cougars. Ransel once again getting his name in the game, only giving up 1 yard. 2nd and 9 coming up from the 43-yard line of the Cougars now. Quickly moving down the field, it appears to be Barnes once again, and now number 2, Miles Davis, in the backfield joining Jacobs.
And your guy Garcia is checked in on the left side. Got to watch out. He's on the numbers.
It's going to be motion by Jacobs. Barnes looking to the left side. Garcia was the target, almost intercepted by number 22 of the Cougars. That was Trillian Sorrell. Great job there, jumping the pass. Almost a quick turnover there from Barnes.
Well, with Humphrey in street clothes in this game, a lot of these younger guys like Jamari Smith and Trillian Sorrell getting chances. Sorrell's a guy that a lot of people thought was actually going to compete for starting reps throughout the year. He didn't because the secondary was so good, and now here he is trying to make a chance for himself.
3rd down and 9. Barnes takes a snap. A blitz coming from the Cougars. Man is open down the field, but Barnes, with so much pressure in his face, unable to find the completion, who's trying to target, it appeared to be Brady Boyd down the field, but ends up falling to the ground harmlessly. 4th down and 9, 5 minutes, 58 seconds on the clock.
Well, this defense is one of the best Washington State defense in like the past, it feels like over a decade and change. They just deny you at every aspect, even with their guys like Trillian Sorrell, that are freshmen, almost 3rd string, 4th stringers the entire year. They're coming out playing lockdown defense, and then the defensive line getting pressure on Bryson Barnes.
Lennon Rico ready to punt it away. Almost gets blocked, but it's going down the field. Freeman fakes the catch. A great side spin, and it's going to be pinned down at about the 2-yard line. Great punt there from Lennon Rico from Veradale, Washington, getting the best of the Washington State team.
That was a fantastic punt. It looked like it was just going to bounce straight into the end zone. Instead, takes a hard 90-degree dogleg and goes straight. And now Washington State got an entire field to work with. The good news for Zevi Eckhouse is that just means more stats.
More stats, more bombs down the field. And the Cougars are heading on the field looking to do that. Leo Puolasi will now be the back in the backfield. We'll see what they decide to do right now. If they get down the field within the next 5 minutes, 49 seconds, that's 200 passing yards just in the first quarter alone. Eckhouse might be looking to break a Potato Bowl record. Eckhouse in the backfield with Puolasi. Josh Meredith in motion on the left side of the field. Eckhouse observing the defense, trying to make a move. Fakes the snap, almost gets them to jump offside, but Eckhouse Now takes the snap, looks left, now looks right. Blitz coming from Utah State, gets in his face and causes the incompletion. Incomplete. The throw was going to number 86 of the Cougars, Bo Baker, and it is going to lead to a 2nd down and 10 from the 3-yard line.
Yeah, Bo Baker, redshirt freshman, had that great catch in the Apple Cup for the touchdown. That's really the only time that we've heard from him this year on the Washington State offense. He's going to be a big player if he sticks around for next year. He's got a lot of potential, the 6'6", 225 tight end.
Bronson Olival doing a good job on coverage on him, though. Eckhouse once again in the shotgun set. Takes the snap. It's going to be a handoff this time. Going straight up the gut is Puolasi, and he is met by the entire Aggies defense, only moving up about 1 yard. Going to lead to a long 3rd down coming up now. 5 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. Cougars still leading 7-0 in the game.
And on 3rd down with about 9 yards to go from your own 5, most likely don't want to take anything risky and try to get just a couple yards and get the punt unit ready. And the field position game starts after that penalty that gave Utah State good field position. Now you're backed up at your own 5.
3 wide receivers on the far left side. Eckhouse, once again, Puolasi in the backfield. It's going to be a rollout to the left. Going to do a quick throw. Tipped up in the air and intercepted. Aggies caught it, and they're moving down the sideline, and it's going to be intercepted by number 18 of Utah State, Cash Kayo. Great job there finding the ball after multiple deflections, and it's a quick turnover. And it's been the biggest weakness for Zevi Eckhouse all season long, his turnovers, and he does it right there just under 5 minutes to go in the quarter.
Yeah, that should have been picked 3 times by the Utah State Aggies. Took a couple deflections. It never once touched a Cougar. And the Aggies get a big interception and returned to the 13-yard line.
That appeared to be William Holmes with the first tip, but which got it in the air. Meredith tried to call it down, but ended up going into the hands of Ty. And it's going the other way now for Utah State. Quickly in the red zone now. 1st down and 10 from the 13-yard line. Barnes ready to take the snap. It's going to be a keeping himself. He's trying to fake out the defense by giving it to the running back, but able to be stopped pretty handily there by Caleb Fronsel once again, moving his way down the field. And it only results in a gain of 0. Good job by the Cougars defense there.
Yeah, Garcia went under center to start that play, then ran around the backside of Barnes, said it was going to be a triple option, and then Francil read it well, and then Jack Janikowski came in and delivered a huge hit at the end, so Barnes has taken a couple big shots.
Barnes still in at quarterback with the man to his right. He takes a snap, looking to his left, throws it short to number 7, Kahana Davis, and he only gets about 3 yards on the play. Had to go backwards for the ball. We're actually going to say he only got about 1 yard on that. 3rd down and 9 coming up. Cougars defense trying to stay stout, not give up anything after a big mistake from the Cougars offense. The Cougar faithful traveling to Boise, trying to get loud for this defense. Barnes still in the backfield with Jacobs to his left. 3 wide receivers on his right. Stoppage of play now by the referees. It appears they might be reviewing if this was going to be a caught pass by Kahuna Davis. He had to come back for the ball after Barnes slightly underthrew it to his left. But we will see what the referees decide. We're going to go to break. You're listening to KUGR Radio, the student voice of the Palouse.
Oh,
All right, welcome back to KUGR Radio. That ruling on the field is reversed. It is going to be incomplete. The receiver unable to hold possession, and that's going to lead to about a 2-yard difference. Still going to be a 3rd down and long for Utah State, but completion does not go to Barnes' name, and he has struggled so far today. Cougars defense doing a good job shutting him down. And now they're getting ready to go back on the field. 3rd down and 10, 3 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock. Utah State on the Washington State 13-yard line. 3 wide receivers to Barnes' left. Jacobs in the backfield on his right. Barnes takes a snap, looks down the middle of the field. It's tipped away. It was almost going to go right in the hands of Brady Boyd, but a great deflection by the Cougars defense there. Anthony Polano, he said he was going to transfer, but he stuck with his Cougars for one more game, and he got a great deflection there to save a touchdown.
oh, and now Utah State has to roll out Tanner Rinker, who is just 13 of 17 this year. And so we've seen kickers late in the year have a lot of issues. Stevens missed one earlier from about this same range.
This is only going to be about a 31-yard field goal. He has been perfect on the season from anything within 40 yards. Tanner Ranker, his kick is up, and it's a missile, which is missed. That's the 2nd missed field goal today. I just don't think they're finding ways to connect with the ball cleanly today. That's now both Rinker and Jack Stevens missing kicks, and neither one has really been that close. And something might just be in the air right now in the Potato Bowl, but it is still a 7-0 ball game. Washington State able to make up for their own mistake on offense with the miss there. It might have been touched by Polano. He was very excited to get off the field, and right now still a shutout for this Cougars defense.
Yeah, he absolutely shanked that one. For his sake, I hope it was touched, because that was not even close.
And the shadow looked like it was about to go in, and then just wow. That was but the Cougars back on the field. It's Angel Johnson who gets the carry from the backfield, but an immediate tackle in the backfield there by Utah State. Great job by John Miller, the senior from Tualatin, Oregon, causing the loss on the play. Loss of 2 from Johnson. And Utah State, they're trying to keep their team in the game. The offense only having 24 yards of total gaining, and they're going to have to find a way to keep them in this. 3 minutes, 10 seconds on the clock. Cougars still leading. Long 2nd down from their own 18-yard line. 2 wide receivers on his left. Now Freeman moving in motion. Eckhouse takes a snap, low snap. Moving in play action, and it's thrown across his body to the middle of the field, where it is now dropped and incomplete. Now 3rd down and 12 coming up. Great coverage there by Utah State on that play.
Was a little bit behind Ganesha Morthy, and he had to try to adjust in the middle of the air, but Hamblin, he's been everywhere for Utah State in the secondary. He came through, and even if he did catch it, he probably would have got it jarred loose.
Redmond Hamlin has the only defensive touchdown for Utah State on the season. Maybe he'll try to spice it up by getting the 2nd one of the season. 3rd down and 12 upcoming for the Cougars. Last drive on a long 3rd down. Eckhouse tried to force something deep, and we'll see what he tries to do here. Angel Johnson still in the backfield for the Cougars. 2 wide receivers on Eckhouse's left. Trey Lechner on the line of scrimmage. Eckhouse takes the snap. It's a fake to Johnson, trying to loft it to the right side of the field. It is going to be caught. It is caught there by the defense. Dylan Tucker of Utah State. Great interception there, and it is another turnover for Zevi Eckhouse in this Washington State Cougars offense.
That was a predetermined throw by Eckhouse. He knew he was going to go to Meredith as soon as he snapped the ball, a little corner route trying to get to the sticks for Meredith, and he just underthrew it. He's had a couple overthrows today, and the last interception was an overthrow. This one, an underthrow, and you cannot underthrow the ball when the defensive back is undercutting the route. And now Utah State set up with great field position. They didn't score last time. Defense has played well today, but man, Eckhouse, we talked about it before the last interception, that he's been playing so well today, and now 2 interceptions to his name.
Well, that throw was a little wobbly and just locked in the air way too long, way underthrown, and Barnes takes it quickly. 3 running backs in the backfield, but he chooses to keep it himself on the triple option, going up the gut on the left side. Gets about a gain of 3 Cougars not really giving up anything down the field, and it was a good tackle. It appears to be Schlemgen once again. Him and Polano moving their, like the linebacking core of the Cougars, really doing a great job shutting down Barnes.
Yeah, we saw McKenna in warmups. He looked like he was ready to go. He hasn't really played today after getting injured against Oregon State, but these guys filling in for him.
Barnes, it's going to be a jet sweep to Jacobs, who came from the wide receiver position, tries to get around the edge. It's going to be close to the first down marker. Let's see what the referees say. It's going to be at the first down marker. It's a first down, moving to the 18-yard line of Washington State. They're once again in the red zone. 7-0 is the score. 2 minutes now on the clock. Bryson Barnes looking to the sideline, seeing what the Aggies want to call.
The sudden change defense, always tough, especially against Utah State, where you can be in the Barnes bulldoze zone, where he's just going to tank right through you.
Barnes takes the snap once again. It's going to be a fake handoff, trying to move to his right side. Schlemgen getting in the backfield once again, but the wrap-up being made by Gavin Barthiel of the Cougars. Only going to be a gain of 0, second down and 10 coming up from the 18.
Defensive line getting the push on this Utah State offensive line. They've won almost every play in this first quarter. Just about a minute to go in the first quarter, and Barnes just hasn't had any daylight when he does try to run. He's either getting back to the line of scrimmage or getting pushed backwards.
Barnes hasn't been able to move it through the air as well. Only 1 for 7 on the day for 4 yards. Really struggling, but 2 wide receivers on his right. Barnes now alone after a motion from the backfield. Barnes is trying to step up. Pressure coming once again, and a big hit from Gavin Barthiel after it appeared to be a wrap-up by Bryson Lamb trying to go up the gut. And another short gain, 3rd down and 9 coming up. Bryson Barnes just needs to find a way to get past the passing defense of the Cougars.
Yeah, defensive line running some good stunts, and Taase came around on the defensive tackle, started in the middle and then wrapped his way to the outside, and that allowed Barthiel to have a wide open lane to attack because Barnes thought the hole was open after Taase evacuated, and then Barthiel was there to meet him.
Well, Barnes is alone. 3 wide receivers on his left, 2 to his right. Takes the snap. 4 being sent by the Cougars. Not enough pressure. Now linebacker coming up, throwing to the end zone. So much coverage, and it's intercepted by Matthew Durrance of the Cougars. His first interception of the season. And it's turnovers galore in the Potato Bowl. They're playing hot potato with the football, and it's going to be the Cougars football after a touchback in the end zone. Oh, my goodness. What a first quarter it's been for the defenses.
There is a flag on the play. The officials huddling.
There was a little bit of a late hit on Barnes. And there is no foul on the play. After a discussion, it is going to be an interception for the senior Matthew Durrance in what could be his final game as a Cougar. He's jumping on the bench and pumping the crowd up. The Cougar faithful getting loud for Washington State. 7-0 is the score, and Zevi Eckhouse and the Cougar offense ready to get back on the field.
Yeah, for me, one of my keys to the game that I thought was going to be a huge impact in this game, not only the wide receivers, but also the secondary for Washington State was going to have to be primary. This secondary has been so good all year. Utah State without Brock Lane, their best tight end, and without Hagen, their best wide receiver. So now they're trying to scramble to find something. And the defensive line's been great, but the secondary coming up with a lot of great plays, and then Durrance also getting that pick right there, setting the Cougars up at the 20.
Only 12 seconds left in the first quarter. Eckhouse in the backfield, Woods on his left. A motion from Noga. It's a fake play and a end around jet sweep to Tony Freeman, but the Aggies corners able to read it, and he's pushed out of bounds by number 15, D'Angelo Mays. Great tackler for the Aggies, and he showed it right there, not letting Freeman get past him. And with that play, we're coming to the end of the first quarter. The Washington State Cougars are leading the Utah State Aggies in the Famous Idaho Potato Bowl 7-0. You're listening to KUGR Radio, the student voice of the Palouse. Welcome back to KUGR Radio, and as the teams flip sides, they keep flipping which side they want to give the ball to. There's been 5 missed opportunities, and a lot of that has been from great defense.
Yeah, 2 interceptions thrown by Zevi Eckhouse. Utah State reading the ball well, getting their hands in passing lanes, but they weren't able to convert on both of their possessions inside the 25-yard line with really good field position. You have to be able to convert if you're Utah State. They're unable to. They missed the field goal, and then they throw an interception. Bryson Barnes, we were talking about it earlier in this game. He's struggled. He's 1 of 8 passing right now, and Nathan, you notice he's got a -8 passer rating.
That's a little hard to see and kind of hard to fathom after the amazing season he's had so far. He only has 4 interceptions on the season, and it really just a bad mistake today, and something's wrong with him. He's got to get back in this game, but the Cougars have the ball at their own 19-yard line. Eckhouse, Johnson in the backfield. Johnson now shifting to his right side. 15 minutes to start the second quarter. Eckhouse going to keep it himself on a direct snap, and the defense of the Aggies getting in the backfield. So many bodies get to him, but it was D'Angelo Mays off the edge, getting to Eckhouse first and driving him backwards. A long third down upcoming for the Cougars.
Mays has been great from his corner spot. He's the boundary corner for Utah State, and he's gotten Zevi a couple times. Eckhouse tried to go out to the right side, then thought about it, going back left, and at that point, there were 4 to 5 Utah State Aggies in his way.
Well, Eckhouse in the shotgun set once again. Tony Freeman now moving across the line of scrimmage. Eckhouse looks to Freeman, but it's actually going to be a screen to Woods on his right side. He has line, he has blockers, he finds a gap, cutting up the field, passing the Potato Bowl sign at the 50-yard line, and gets tackled down at the 49 of Utah State.
Another explosive passing play for Washington State, this time to the running back Woods, and then the offensive line, a convoy out there to the right side. He cuts it back all the way out to midfield. Great play.
Good running by Maxwell Woods as well. He's still in the backfield, and Eckhouse is now going to fake it to him, keeping himself, slides down, but a big hit from the defenders of Utah State, and it's going to draw a foul. That appeared to be the linebacker Chris Joe from Brentwood, California, getting a big hit on Eckhouse as he was sliding, and the referees from behind threw the flag. Let's see if they call an unnecessary roughness penalty against the Aggies.
Yeah, Eckhouse sliding, and kind of one of those plays where the quarterback waits till the last moment to slide.
So it's actually going to go against Brevlin Hamlin of Utah State.
Yeah, it was definitely after Eckhouse had slid. His hip was well on the ground by the time Hamlin came in and lowered the boom, and there's definitely a chance for Hamlin to ease up on that play. Sometimes it's a bang-bang play, but not that time.
Well, Eckhouse was a little slow to get up, but he's still in the backfield. Woods behind him, 3 wide receivers to their left. Now at the 29-yard line of Utah State, 13 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. It's going to be play action to Woods, tipped at the line of scrimmage, and almost intercepted. That was a great blitz. Once again, D'Angelo Mays really going in after Eckhouse, and he tipped it, batted in the air. Little bit too long for the Cougar fans here, but it falls to the ground. 2nd and 10 upcoming for the Cougars.
Bronson Olival almost got to it. And he's going to be kicking himself for not being able to come down with that interception. But Eckhouse lives to fight another day, but he has really declined in this later in the first quarter and now into the second quarter. He started 8 for 11, and he's really gone downhill since.
Well, Eckhouse trying to heat back up. 7 points is the lead for the Cougars still. Eckhouse is now going to hand it off to Woods, who there is a gap, but it's driven down pretty easily by number 20, John Miller of Utah State. 3rd down and 7 upcoming from the 26-yard line of Utah State.
Eckhouse's new mark is 9 of 17, so he's just 1 for his last 6 passing attempts.
Could be another screenplay to Maxwell Woods on that 3rd down earlier in this drive. Try to get something going. It's actually going to be Angel Johnson in the backfield now. Josh Meredith to his left has not been targeted since his quick start in the first quarter. It is now going to be Jeremiah Noga in motion. 2 wide receivers on the right side, Noga and Freeman. Eckhouse takes a snap, looking to his left. Pressure coming in his face, and he's going to go down. A blitz from Utah State gets to him, and Eckhouse gets tackled back all the way at the 41-yard line. great pressure there from multiple Aggies. It appeared to be Holmes and Miller getting into the backfield. And now a punt is forced after the Cougars were in field goal range to take a 2-possession lead. But Ryan Harris ready to punt it for the Cougars.
A loss of 15 for Zevi on that play. One of the worst things you can do on third down when you're on borderline field goal position is take a 10-plus yard sack, and he took a 15-yard sack on that play.
Well, Harris, his punt just behind the 50-yard line goes a little to the right. It's actually going to be caught by a Cougar on the sideline, and it's pinned down at the 13-yard line. The gunner for the Cougars pretty much caught it as if he was the one returning it. That's number 88 for the Cougars. He already had the touchdown earlier. Mackenzie Elaine making any name he can in this game, and he did it right there. Well, with that punt away, we're going to go to media timeout. You're listening to KUGR Radio, the student voice of the Palouse. Welcome back to KUGR Radio. Once again, my name's Nathan Eshelman, joined by Davis Hagen, and it has been an eventful first half so far for each side. Lots of defense and just a lot of crazy plays, but on that last drive, Davis, what was the reason that Utah State really got to Zevi Eckhouse?
Yeah, Zevi's decline has been almost hand-in-hand, matching up with the pressure being put on by Bronco Mendenhall's defense for Utah State, putting a ton of pressure on Zevi, sending blitzes, and D'Angelo Mays, the corner, has had a huge impact in this game in the backfield, which is very surprising for a corner to have that many plays. He has a sack. He almost forced the interception earlier, and yet was on part of that play with the interception. So he's been everywhere so far for Utah State. And on a defense that has struggled this season as a whole, they've got a ton of really talented individuals. Miller is a first-team All-Mountain West linebacker, and the Avenger in the secondary, who we really haven't called his name a ton so far in this game. He's the first-team All-Mountain West guy as well. So if everybody has stepped up in a big way in this game, this Utah State defense is really hard to handle.
Really have been tough for the Cougars offense, but now the Utah State offense back on the field. Bryson Barnes himself has been struggling all day long, but he's ready to start his drive from the 13-yard line. 11:58 on the clock. It's going to be a quick handoff to Miles Davis, but the Cougars linebacking core, along with their corners, get into the backfield, and Caleb Franzel once again causing a tackle for about a minimal gain or a loss. Second down and 10 coming up for Utah State. Now Barnes is alone in the backfield. 3 wide receivers on the left. It's going to be a screen, but Caleb Franzel reads it perfectly and stops it for a short gain once again. Gain of 2, and it's going to be a third down and long from the 21-yard line, or from the 18-yard line. Barnes in the backfield with number 2, Miles Davis. Polano instructing orders to the defensive line of the Cougars. They appear to be sending a blitz on this play. Barnes has 3 wide receivers on his right. It's going to be a rollout. Polano reaching Barnes in the backfield. A throw off his back foot. A great effort on the sideline. It's going to be caught by Brady Boyd. A big hit, but a big catch right there from the senior from Texas Tech. Great job there by the Aggies.
I'm surprised Polano didn't try to jump and knock that ball down. He was close enough to Barnes at the time of the throw that he could have probably jumped into the passing lane, but he wanted the head of Bryson Barnes instead of trying to knock that pass down, and it results in a first down.
Well, it's a first down to the 30-yard line. Now Barnes is alone in the backfield, looking to his left, now looking to his right, trying to find somewhere to go with it. Little undecisive, and he's going to go down in the backfield for only about a loss of 1, but the indecisiveness really getting the best of him, and it appeared to be number 89, Donovan Fitzmaurice, another freshman for the Cougars, stepping up.
Yeah, this pressure has been incredible for Washington State. They're getting a ton of push, and then also sending somebody late. This time it was Paletti that didn't impact the play with a sack, but he definitely forced Barnes to step up in the pocket. So they're sending somebody late that is unaccounted for with this offensive line for Utah State.
Bryson Barnes, 3 wide receivers to his right. He's actually going to line up to his right. Anthony Garcia in the backfield, going to take a direct snap, trying to run up the gut, trying to find a hole to go through, but unable to get too much farther, and it's going to still be a gain of 6. Good trickery right there, lining Bryson Barnes on the far side of the field, and the gadget quarterback wide receiver able to get a gain of 6. 3rd down and 4 upcoming. 9 minutes, 21 seconds on the clock. Barnes is back in the backfield. Garcia is now lined up in the slot on the right side. It appears to be Miles Davis in the backfield. Barnes bringing Boyd in motion. Barnes takes a snap. He's going to be throwing it. He's looking to his right, trying to target Garcia, but a great swat by the Cougars defense. And the defender who did make that swat is down on the field. It is in the Cougars sideline.
That's Tucker Large who's down, but what a great play to elevate and knock the ball away. Hopefully he's okay after the play. He came down very awkward on his leg, and he's still down pounding the turf.
He leads the team in pass deflections. That's at 6 of the season. Just a great effort, but appeared to be maybe his right leg that he came down on. And we're not going to go to the timeout since he's already on the sideline, which is going to lead to a Utah State punt because it's 4th down and 4 from their own 36. But best of hopes for Tucker Large to come back at least somewhat soon. Don't want to see an injury in the final game of the season. But the punt now coming from Recone. Recco gets it away to Freeman. Freeman being guarded tightly, but somehow able to break through on the right side. He has a lane down the sideline, but he's going to be brought down at about the 46. I thought he was going to fair catch that. There was so many defenders around him, but he was able to break out to the right side, and it was a great return for Freeman, but Large is being assisted to the bench. It appears that he's not going to be able to move his right foot for the moment. He's going to the medical tent, but with that good return from Tony Freeman, the Cougars are going to get possession at the 46-yard line of Utah State. We're going to go to break, though. You're listening to KUGR Sports, the student voice of the Palouse. Welcome back to KUGR. And what started with a pretty fast-paced game, both sides moving down the field with a touchdown and 2 missed field goals, has quieted down a whole lot. And it's still a 7-0 ball game with 8 minutes and 41 seconds left to go until halftime. What do you think, Davis, that the Cougars need to do to get out of the slump they've been in the past couple drives?
Yeah, it really all started when Utah State started bringing some pressure on Zevi Eckhouse, and then those 2 interceptions happened. He's just trying to force it a little bit too much. And so if you get back to what was working earlier in the game, which was quick routes, spread it to the outside, those short hitch routes to Meredith, you pop a couple passes to maybe the running backs and you get them free. Just get your playmakers into space, get some easy completions, and then just chunk the ball down, get a score, and you'll get right back on top.
Well, the Cougars are back on the field at the Aggies' 47-yard line after a great return from Tony Freeman. Eckhouse with Puolasi behind him. 2 wide receivers on his left. It's going to be a handoff to Puolasi, trying to break to the outside. Tries to make a cut, but slips and falls down just to the 43-yard line about. And it's going to be a gain of 4, 2nd down and 6 coming up for the Cougars. A little bit of a simple play there to start the drive going. Zevi Eckhouse maybe just trying to get anything down the field, and he's going to work with his running back by committee room. Johnson, Woods, and Puolasi all getting into action. And now Woods Maxwell back into the game on the right side of Eckhouse. He's going to move in motion. It's actually going to be to Woods. Woods catches it after a low throw, but the Aggies defense forces him backwards. Woods still on his feet, but now a gang tackle by the Aggies gets him down. That appeared to be number 28 of the Aggies who really forced him out of bounds, which is number Carson Touge. Forced him out of bounds. 3rd down and 9 upcoming for the Cougars. 7 minutes, 44 seconds on the clock until halftime. Eckhouse with Woods to his right. 2 wide receivers on each side of the field. Aggies look like they're going to send a hard blitz at Eckhouse, so quick throw might need to be getting out. Meredith now shifts in motion. Now 3 wide receivers on the left side now. Eckhouse takes a snap. He's looking left. A blitz coming, but he finds an open man. It's Jeremiah Noga up at the 30-yard line, and he's going to be brought down by the Aggies defense, but a good job reading the zone and Eckhouse understanding where to find his man. It leads to a 1st down, and they're back in field goal range at the 30-yard line.
Yeah, great pass by Zevi Eckhouse, and similar to the first quarter, they attacked downfield. It felt like the offense just had kind of been very stagnant. There was not a whole lot of motion. Even when they'd motion a receiver out to the right side, the blockers are just standing there. Utah State's coming forward now. You got them on their heels.
So many zone blitzes are starting to be picking up by Zevi Eckhouse, but 3 wide receivers on the right side. Eckhouse reading the right side, going to do a deep pass to the end zone to Meredith. It's overthrown. Would have been a big momentum shift right there. Just a punch in the mouth to the Aggies, but a little bit too much air on that pass, and it falls down incomplete. 2nd down and 10 coming from the 29 now.
Yeah, Aggies only rushed 3 that time, and they had tons of coverage, 8 players in coverage, and Eckhouse initially it looked like he wanted to zip it quickly to Freeman and realized there's 2 players there. I probably shouldn't throw that, and he did a nice job getting it deep to Meredith where it's a one-on-one matchup and just out of the reach, but still a good decision from Eckhouse on that play.
Angel Johnson now in the backfield with Eckhouse. 3 tight end bunch set on the right side. It's going to be a fake to Johnson. Eckhouse trying to take it himself up the gut, but stopped immediately by Utah State once again. Good force there, and number 44, Bo Mali, causing the stop, and 3rd down and 9 for the Cougars.
Yeah, the Aggies defensive coordinator, Nick Howell, he's been on the staff for 17 years with Bronco Mendenhall all across the country. This is both their first season here at Utah State. They are mixing up the coverages and the pressure packages. Last time they rushed 3, this time they bring the house on Eckhouse and just nowhere to go. So they're definitely tricking this offensive line. They don't know what's going to come next.
Well, Eckhouse has Johnson on his left, 2 tight ends on the left side. Meredith is coming in motion, 2 wide receivers on the right. Eckhouse going to look to the right. It's going to be a fade route deep down the field to Meredith, who jumps up and grabs it in front of a defender. A great catch there from Meredith, the senior, coming down in a 1st down and goal from the 8-yard line coming up for the Cougars. They're moving with tempo. Johnson still in the backfield, 2 wide receivers on the left side. Trey Lechner being one of them. Big target in the red zone. Eckhouse takes a snap. He's going to keep it himself, trying to get past the linebackers. Dives for the end zone, but The referees are going to say that he's marked down at about the 1.5-yard line. Good open field tackle by Utah State, but 2nd down and 2 at the goal line. Let's see what the Cougars can do.
Great read option decision by Eckhouse. Angel Johnson was moving right. Eckhouse keeps it out to his left and gets as much as he can and even dove forward, but he did a good job to keep the ball. Sometimes when you go to reach out, you lose track of it, but ended up getting to the 1-yard line right where you want to be.
It's a heavy run formation, and for the Cougars, an extra offensive lineman and 2 tight ends. Johnson is the back. Trey Lechner in motion. It's going to be a handoff to Johnson. Oh, it's not. It's a play action and thrown into the back of the end zone where it's caught. Touchdown, Cougars. Hudson Cedarland from Gig Harbor, Washington gets the touchdown. And now the Cougars have a 2-possession lead with a 13-0 being the score.
That was a great fake by Zevi Eckhouse. Everybody thought Angel Johnson was plowing up the middle. Instead, the tight end leaks out. Utah State, everybody sells out for the run. And then Cedarland's wide open in the back of the end zone. And that's as easy as it gets for Washington State. What a great play fake by Zevi Eckhouse and Angel Johnson to carry it out.
Well, the extra point now upcoming from Jack Stevens to make it a 14-point game. Stevens' kick is up, and it's through into the construction area of Boise State. And that now makes it a 14-0 game. Washington State leads Utah State with 4 minutes, 43 seconds until halftime. You're listening to KUGR Radio, the student voice of the Blues. Welcome back to KUGR Sports. And the Washington State just had a great drive down the field. Zevi Eckhouse working with his running backs and his wide receivers to push it down. And some great play actions at the end of that drive got them in. But Davis, what are you noticing from that change in that drive?
Well, the question you asked before the drive started was what do they need to do to get back to their success, and that's exactly what they did in the first quarter, was find your playmakers downfield and attack this Utah State defense. If you're sitting back on your heels and they're attacking forwards, they're going to have your number all day long. They've got so much talent on that end, but if you attack them, they get out of position quite easily, and we saw that on that Josh Meredith play. He was attacking the freshman linebacker, and they threw it up to Meredith, and he makes a great adjustment. It wasn't a perfect pass by Eckhouse, but he put it where Meredith could go catch it, and then a couple of great fakes by Eckhouse and a wide open Cedarland. So they first play was the play to Noga over the middle that got him to the 30-yard line. But those first couple plays of the drive, they were standing still, kind of stuck in the mud, and then they opened it up, and then all of a sudden you score again. So I would expect this offense to continue to work with Zevi Eckhouse trying to force it down the field. You got nothing to lose. You might as well let it rip. He's got 176 yards passing so far in this game. I'd expect him to get up to 300 in this one.
Well, Harris is ready to kick it off, and he does. Going back to the Utah State side. They're going to let it go for a touchback. 4 minutes, 43 seconds until halftime. Utah State only maintaining about 49 yards of offense in this game. They got to find a way to move the ball down the field and convert when they're in the red zone. They're down 14. They're down big, and they need their leader in Bryson Barnes to take them there.
Yeah, Barnes only 24 total yards. He's got 8 rushing attempts for 2 yards, only 3 completions for 22 yards. This is a guy that is 27th in the nation in all-purpose touchdowns and overall offense, and yet he's been held to basically nothing in this first half.
Barnes has 2 running backs to his sides, but he keeps it himself and makes a man miss. Great job moving down the field, but a big hit coming in from Matthew Durrance, the safety, chops him down after about a gain of 6 yards. 2nd down and 4 coming up, but a good job by Barnes breaking past the defensive lineman.
And the thing with Barnes is that they have a guy with Garcia that's kind of a gadget player that's really fast. Barnes is not necessarily a speedster. He's a very physical runner, but your offense can get very predictable when it's just quarterback run up the gut for a couple yards. You're not going to be able to pop it as much as if you had a speedster back there.
Well, Bryson Barnes has it, and he tries to throw it to the left side on a screenplay, swatted down immediately. And after last week's NFL games, each side is taught to pick the ball up if it's a screenplay and it goes to the ground, but the referees do call it incomplete, and it was a great swat by Malaki Tayase. Good job causing a 3rd down and 4 at about the 31-yard line. Utah State really needing to pick up this 3rd down here.
Yeah, that was a forward pass from Barnes. If it was backwards, Taase could have picked it up and scored, and there was nobody that was going to catch Malaki Taase, but good call by the officials. It was a forward pass.
Bryson Barnes takes a snap. He's looking left. Pressure coming from the Cougars, and he's going to go down. Big sack on the play. Buda Paletti getting him down. Just nothing he could have done there. He took his time, didn't want to force anything down the field, and the defense of the Cougars pushes him to the turf in the Smurf turf, and he's going to be stopped. 4th down and 9 now for Utah State. They're going to have to punt it once again. Landon Recco really making his name known today against Washington State. And Tony Freeman back to catch the free kick, or the punt. Recco moving to his right, gets the punt away. Freeman backing up, trying to find where he's going to catch it. He's falling down as he catches it, but with the fair catch, it's going to be Cougars football at the 25-yard line, and they have a chance to get a 3-possession lead and the ball at half. This could be a very big drive here for Washington State.
Yeah, the middle 8, as they say, the first 4 minutes of the second half and the last 4 of the first half. Right now we're in the last 3:15 of the first half with Eckhouse throwing that last touchdown pass. He probably wants to get over the neutral plus minus in the turnover margin. He's got 2 touchdowns, 2 interceptions right now. He wants to get up to 3 and kind of do away with those 2 picks. But if they can take pretty much the last 3 minutes off the clock and score a touchdown, that would be a huge boost to the second half because this defense is playing lights out.
Well, the drive will start with 3 minutes, 15 seconds on the clock. Woods is in the backfield. Eckhouse quick throw to Tony Freeman, who gets up past the 1st down marker, and it's going to be tackled down at the 37-yard line. Good quick throw. Cougars moving a tempo. 3 wide receivers on the right side. Woods still in the backfield. Noga by himself on an island on the left side. Zevi Eckhouse, quick snap, gets it to Meredith on a screenplay to the right side. Tries to find a gap on through a couple of Utah State defenders. He'll go down after about a gain of 3. 2nd down and 7 upcoming. 2 minutes, 46 seconds on the clock. Cougars now breaking it back into a huddle.
I like the first 2 plays on this drive. Quick throws. Don't let the pressure get into your face. Even if they're going to bring a blitz, you can beat that with a quick throw to the outside.
Woods still in the backfield. Another bunch set on the right side. Similar formation to last play. Eckhouse tries to get them to jump off sides, but he takes a snap. A blitz coming from Utah State. Eckhouse able to get through after a good block from Woods, and it's going to be a 1st down for the Cougars once again. Tackled down at the 49-yard line of Washington State is Eckhouse, but now Eckhouse running with tempo once again. Woods in the backfield. Now 3 wide receivers on the left side. Woods now in motion, lining up as a wide receiver. Now slow motion. I think they were just trying to get Utah State to jump off sides as the clock was winding down to the 2-minute warning. But with that, Washington State has a 1st down at their own 49-yard line as we hit the 2-minute marker in what has been a great first half for Washington State. But with that, we're going to go to break. You're listening to KUGR Sports, the student voice of the Palouse. Welcome back to KUGR Sports. Starting just out of the 2-minute timeout, Washington State has a 14-point lead before halftime, and it's been quite one-sided, at least in the yard department. Washington State really taking advantage of this, and partially because of the great linebacking core of Washington State.
Yeah, Caleb Franzel, 6 tackles so far, 1 tackle for loss officially, but he's had a couple right at that line of scrimmage. He's been everywhere for Washington State down the stretch of the season, including today. He's been great for this defense. Doesn't have the sacks, but I'm sure he'll get one either in this last couple minutes of the first half or starting the second half. He's been absolutely shot out of a cannon multiple times in this game. This whole team, really, but mostly on the defense, has been playing very inspired football.
Very aggressive play from Washington State, but their offense back on the field at their own 49-yard line. Eckhouse in the backfield with Leo Puolasi, 3 wide receivers on his left side. Eckhouse takes a snap, looking to his right, feeds it to Leo Puolasi, but he is wrapped up quickly by 2 Aggies and drilled backwards. Great job tackling there by John Miller and Bronson Olivao Jr. Clock is running after only a gain of 1, now at that midfield mark. Sevi Eckhouse, Puolasi still in the backfield, takes the snap. Eckhouse looking left now, finding his man, number 8, moving down the field, and it's going to be a first down for Washington State. Great job finding his man right there, Brandon Gamashmurthy, moving down the field and a first down, stopping the clock as well, 1:33 on the clock. And they're going to take their time in the huddle to figure out what they want to do with this final minute and a half. Puolasi still in the backfield for the Cougars. Trey Lechner and Filet on the line of scrimmage. Now moved out to the right side. Eckhouse fakes the snap. Now he takes it, looking to the right side, targeting the freshman wide receiver Mackenzie Elaine once again, but that time he is not able to bring it in, a little bit underthrown, and it's going to bring up a 2nd down and 10 with 1:29 on the clock.
Cougars still have 2 of their 3 timeouts with the last 1:29. So if you do get tackled inbounds and the clock starts to run, you do have those 2 get out of jail free cards, but you would like things to the sideline to keep those timeouts for a last resort.
Eckhouse is now alone in the backfield. 3 wide receivers to his right, 2 to his left. He's taking the snap, trying to find a man over the middle. It's caught quickly by number 12, Leon Neal Jr. for his first catch of the day. Doesn't get to the first down marker, but a good gain of 7. 3rd down and 3 coming up from the 34-yard line. Clock running down now. Cougars not wanting to give the ball back. Well, Utah State hasn't been explosive today. They've been very explosive on the season. But now the Cougars are now going to take the timeout with 1:08 on the clock. They're going to talk this third down over, as a first down could take them to the end of the half.
Yeah, if you get a first down here, Utah State likely not going to use any of their timeouts. They still have all three, but their offense has been pretty bad in this first half. They've only got 50 total yards for an offense that really averages 32 points a game and 422 yards per game. This has been uncharacteristic for this Utah State team, and a lot of times you think, oh, it can't be that bad, but I mean, that's the perfect descriptor.
I mean, they're seeming to miss their wide receiver, Braden Hagen, pretty hard right now. You could be looking for a tall receiver just to throw it up down the field to, and not having him today has caused a lot of struggles. But with that, they're coming out of the timeout. Zevi Eckhouse back on the field. Angel Johnson and Leo Pulasi on the backfield. Oh, now Utah State's going to take a timeout of their own to figure out the defensive measures. A little bit of discussion from Washington State's head coaches pointing over to Utah State. Interesting decisions right now in the final 1:08 of the first half, but both sides wanted to be as safe as possible.
Yes, they wanted more time to talk about this third down. That's fairly large third down. If Utah State can get this stop and keep it a 2-possession game before halftime and keep things at least close for their offense in the second half, if they go down by 3 scores, it's going to be a big hill to overcome for this Utah State team.
Jack Stevens, his longest field goal of the season is only 49 yards. That's also the longest of his career. He's 0 for 1 from 50 yards or more. And right now, it'd be a 51-yard field goal. So if Utah State can find a way to not give up any yards right here, it'd be big for them. But there's 2 running backs in the backfield. Meredith in motion. Angel Johnson right behind Zevi Eckhouse. Eckhouse fakes the snap, now takes it. He's going to keep it himself on a play action to Johnson, throwing it down the field, and he's going to find the freshman Filane, and he gets out of bounds after a first down to the 19-yard line of Utah State's. A great job by Eckhouse to find his open man. And with that first down and only 1:02 left, the Cougars will try to take this as a 3-possession lead going into that second half.
That's one of the better throws that Zevi's had all year, rolling to his left, throwing against his body and in a perfect spot for Aline to get out of bounds and stop the clock.
Well, Eckhouse with Johnson in the backfield. 2 wide receivers to his left, 2 wide receivers to his right. Takes the snap. Eckhouse looking quickly to his left. It's a good move by Meredith on a quick catch. Fakes out his defender and almost gets to the first down marker, but tackled down at the 11-yard line. The clock is running. Just 50 seconds now and ticking. Johnson still in the backfield with Eckhouse. Meredith now over 60 yards on the game. Eckhouse takes a quick snap, gets it to Meredith once again, but cut down by D'Angelo Mays, and that's going to cause a 3rd down and 1, only a gain of 1. Trying to feed Meredith as much as they possibly can in what could be Meredith's final game as a Cougar. Eckhouse with Johnson on his right, takes a snap, trying to feed Noga on the left side, almost to the end zone, but it's incomplete. And now a decision having to be made by Washington State. What do they do here on this 4th and 1, especially with Jack Stevens missing a field goal earlier in this game?
Yeah, it looks like they're going to bring in the power set with Lechner and Fillet. I would definitely go for it. Your interim head coach, Jesse Bobbitt, you've already missed one from similar range. You're up 14-0. Your defense has played really well. Might as well go for it and try to make it a 20-point lead.
A 7-lineman set with the tight ends in. And now Johnson still the back. It's going to be handed off to Johnson, but getting into the backfield is Utah State, wrapping him up and bringing him down. It's not going to be a first down, and Utah State will get possession. Great pressure on the edge by what appeared to be Anoka Magoa along with Matiah Brown, and it's going to be Utah State ball at about the 11-yard line. Only 15 seconds to go, but not giving up a score right there is massive.
Well, we did forget to factor one thing in, and that Angel Johnson was a running back, and if you need 1 yard, he's going to get you 0, and if you need 2, he's going to get you 1. So knowing that, and I'm almost always of the camp where you should kick it and just take some points, but when Angel Johnson can't break a single tackle all year long, that's tough.
That is tough, but Utah State has possession. It appears they're just going to take the knee into half, and they do. Bryson Barnes takes it. And at the end of the second quarter, Washington State Cougars are leading the Utah State Aggies in the famous Idaho Potato Bowl 14-0. And the fans here in Boise, Idaho are loving what they're seeing if you're traveling as a Cougar. But if you're traveling as an Aggie, you really want to see your offense step it up.
Absolutely. A good first half for Washington State's defense, probably their best of the season, shutting out Utah State's offense that puts up 32 points per game. Only 49 total yards after that kneel from Bryson Barnes, which is a fitting way to end the first half on a negative play for Utah State. But a really good start to this famous Idaho Potato Bowl. It's bowl season. It's supposed to be fun, and Washington State is having a lot of fun. Utah State's got to figure something out in this second half. But overall, fantastic showing by the Crimson and Gray.
It's been a great first half overall. And even with the mistakes of Zevi Eckhouse, he has just had a great game statistically, at least just the numbers. Only in the first half, he has 32 pass attempts, which with the Jimmy Rogers scheme, that was unheard of. Over 230 yards, along with the 2 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. And with that last drive, he was so close to getting his third of the game, but Utah State doing a good job to hold strong in the red zone, getting the stop. But they need to figure out a way to keep pressuring Zevi Eckhouse to force those bad decisions. But with the Cougars' offense, they seem to be a little more poised getting into the end of that second quarter.
Absolutely. I definitely like the direction that this offense is headed in. Most likely a preview of what's to come for next year. Probably less of a pro style and maybe more similar to a spread offense where you have a mix of run and pass instead of all or nothing. And I really enjoy watching Zevi Eckhouse play in that scheme where he can let it fly. His final game as a Cougar, the 2 interceptions fitting for him, but also 2 touchdowns. So he's going to give you the good with the bad. Right now it's not hurting him because the defense is playing so well. But a really fun afternoon here in Boise, Idaho.
Something to note for Utah State is they are not able to get anything really going. Passing hasn't been going well. The running hasn't been going well. They're averaging 1.7 yards per carry, and they got to figure out a way to get the ball moving down the field, whether it's through the ground or the air. They've been handing the ball off to Jevin Jacobs, he's averaging about 10 yards a carry at 9.5. They only given it to him twice. He's got a lot of speed, and he has the ability to break tackles past the Cougars defense, who has been very great all day long. But they've just been keeping it in the hands of Bryson Barnes, and I think they really need to change that scheme if they want to move the ball more than 50 yards in the second half.
Yeah, they're very predictable right now, and Washington State is just smelling blood in the water, and they're on an all-out attack, sending multiple pressures and also getting home with just a 4-man rush. And when you can get a 4-man rush home, it's almost a guarantee you're going to win the game because you can drop 7 into coverage and there's nobody to get open, especially with their 2 best receivers out of this game for Utah State. Nobody has come up to step in to fill those shoes. So if you're Utah State trying to figure out a way to be unpredictable, and that's the triple option, they have to be able to get that triple option working. They only ran it a couple times in the first half, but they did get some good yardage. And if you can, like you said, get it to Jacobs on a triple option, all of a sudden maybe you can double your yardage and get to 100 yards in just the third quarter if you start to use that triple option and keep Washington State on their heels instead of attacking going forward downhill.
Something to notice, though, with that triple option in the first half, the linebacking core of Washington State, they've been very aware. They've been very honing in on where it's going to be. They keep their eye on the football, and that's something that they've done better than Utah State so far in the game. But we'll see what happens. A 14-point lead going into the second half. Washington State very happy with their performance. But don't go anywhere. You're listening to KUGR Sports, the student voice of the Palouse.
It's halftime at the 2025 Famous Idaho Potato Bowl as the sun shines on the blue turf here at Albertson Stadium, home of the Boise State Broncos, but home to the Potato Bowl where Washington State and Utah State are battling it out. Our halftime score is 14-0. Cougars in front of the Aggies. Davis Hagen alongside Nathan Eshelman. So glad to be with you here live in Boise, Idaho. And Nathan, a great first half overall for Washington State's defense. Caleb Franzel leading the way. Right now is our pick to be the bowl game MVP. But overall, statistically, as we revisit our impact players, Josh Meredith for Washington State and Brady Boyd for Utah State. Those are the two number one receivers coming into this game. For Utah State, Boyd replacing Pagan, who's almost an 1,000-yard receiver. Doesn't really have as much of an impact in this game. And for Meredith, a guy that has been supposed to be the number one receiver all year long, has stepped up and made a ton of great catches.
Well, I mean, not much has changed when it comes to them being the key players. Boyd himself is the most targeted receiver for the offense, and he has the most yards. But it was off that one great catch he had on the sideline for 17 yards. They just cannot find a way to move the ball down the field. Barnes has only 3 completions, one of them being to Boyd, and he's just struggling to move the ball down the field. Boyd's getting open, but then it's great closing and great coverage by the Washington State defense. And when it comes to Josh Meredith, my goodness, he has made a name for himself in what could be his final game. 10 targets, 7 catches, 64 yards. He's on pace to have 128 yards, and him teaming up with Zevi Eckhouse could make for an even more explosive offense in the second half if Washington State decides to keep the pace that they were currently on. That's just a great job there, working the ball down the field, kind of changing up what they've been doing all season long. More run-heavy offense. They've only run it 14 times, with about 5 of them being a Zevi Eckhouse just run up the gut or just getting sacked. Just a great way to change the scheme, something probably Utah State wasn't expecting too much coming into the game. So maybe halftime adjustments need to be made to get a little more pressure on Zevi Eckhouse, which did work on 2 drives where he threw those 2 interceptions.
Yeah, bowl game preparation, probably one of the toughest things for a coaching staff to do. You don't know who's going to be playing. You want to input some trickery. Right now, Washington State just running normal plays. They're not doing anything too crazy. They're just attacking downfield, which is more than they were doing all year long. But in that first half, outgaining Utah State, 242 total yards to just 49 for the Aggies. And a lot of that part to this defensive line that has led the way for Washington State. Nathan, they have 4 tackles for loss and 2 sacks in the first half.
Even if it's not coming up on the stat sheet, they're making names for themselves. One of them that keeps just popping up is Malake Tayase. He just keeps getting in the backfield, whether he's pushing a lineman into Barnes or he's just putting pressure on his side to make him step up to another sack. They're combining together and working with the linebacking core as well. So much speed, power, and aggressiveness. I think this Washington State defense is just fired up. They want to make a point that they are here to stay. This is still going to be a Pac-12 rivalry in the future if it still holds like that. And this defense wants to show that they are a force to be reckoned with. And it's been their strongest key point, I think, in the season for Washington State. They've just been really good all around, and they've been top 20 in passing defense. A little bit of a surprising number there, but that's just what you want to see with this defense. And Utah State, who's been explosive all season long, has really felt like a dud of a firework today.
Utah State averages 250 yards passing per game. They're at 22 in the first half. Washington State's defense, as Nathan mentioned, was a top 15 unit in passing yards allowed. They only allow 172, and they are well on pace to work below their average, which your defense, you want to work below your averages and keep the offense at bay. And it kind of goes with this Washington State offense not having exactly the success they wanted. They turned it over twice, but this Utah State offense has done absolutely nothing, where it doesn't even feel like they can rack up first downs. So if you're Washington State's offense, it feels like you can take some more shots knowing that your defense has your back.
I mean, there are so many opportunities to take those types of shots now. When you look at the red zone opportunities that Utah State's had, one was a drive that they got 0 yards and had a field goal that was completely shanked to the right side and just really just bad. The kicking has just been bad, but along with that was just a bad throw by Bryson Barnes. He threw it into quadruple coverage in the back of the end zone where a Cougar defender decided to just bring it down, and If you're Zevi Eckhouse, you know that you're a little turnover prone. You know that you're very aggressive, and you don't want to change that about yourself. You want to keep pushing the ball down the field, and you have a lot of wide receivers that you can trust in this. When you have a great, reliable hand like Josh Meredith, the senior, you're giving him a career day, and you're giving yourself a career day hand in hand. If it's your final game of your collegiate career, you want to go out strong, and your defense is helping you go out strong when you force turnovers like this.
Our halftime score is 14-0 Washington State in front of Utah State at the Famous Idaho Potato Bowl. We'll have the second half kickoff coming up after this break. About 4 minutes to go until the second half gets going. Cougars dominating so far, but a whole half left here at the Famous Idaho Potato Bowl. You're listening to KUGR, the student voice of the Palouse. Just one half left in a season of unpredictability for Washington State. They lead at 14-0 over the Aggies. Davis Hagen alongside Nathan Eshelman at the famous Idaho Potato Bowl. And Nathan, your keys to the second half success for Washington State.
For Washington State, they just got to stay aggressive on both offense and defense. Something's in the water coming from Pullman because every side of the field is being explosive. Even Ryan Harris, the punter, is getting in on some explosive hits. And the defense, offense, everything, they're going for either power hits, power plays. They had a chance to get a swat and just stop a fourth down, but Anthony Polano wanted to get his quarterback's head, and it's just aggressiveness from them. But looking over at Utah State, they got to play smart now. They are getting beat in every facet of the game, offense, defense, and special teams. They need to start knowing what to do in each organizational play, and part of that starts with fast blitzes from D'Angelo Mays.
Carter Brown kicks it away. Leighton Smithson at the 5-yard line returnable to start the second half, moving left to right, and he's up towards the 25-yard line where he's slung down. There's a flag well behind the play where Gage Jones, the linebacker, was working against the Utah State Aggie. The flag's at the 40. Coaches for Washington State out furious about the flag to start this second half. But yeah, you mentioned Mays as we await the call. 3 officials huddled up. He was everywhere in that first half for Utah State.
I mean, he just has so much explosive speed, and he understands the way that the offensive linemen move. He knows how to do a quick step to get around the edge or cut through the inside, and that's what caused a lot of havoc for Zevi Eckhouse.
Here comes the call. And it is holding called on Washington State. Marius Russell, the victim, the culprit rather, of the penalty. So that'll back up the Cougars to the 15-yard line as opposed to the 25 where Smithson got out to. So here we go in the second half. Cougars in the all-white. Utah State white helmets with the cow decals and then the blue Navy uniforms. Eckhouse, heels on the 10, takes a snap, hands off to the left side with Maxwell Woods, who's got a huge burst of speed, stays on his feet, out to the 40-yard line, out to the 50, has one man to beat, out to the 35-yard line of the Utah State Aggies. Marked out at officially the 37-yard line. A huge run for Maxwell Woods to start the second half.
Just an explosive gap on the right side. And Bronson Olival Jr. usually fills that gap pretty handily, but a great missed tackle forced by Woods.
2 receivers to the right, ball on the left hash. Cougars marching towards the right end zone into Utah State territory after an explosive 48-yard run by Maxwell Woods. Eckhouse takes the shotgun snap, steps up, and will duck and run and picks up a couple yards before he is crashed into. It'll be second down and medium for Washington State. Exactly 7 yards to go as Angel Johnson checks into the game.
Cougars now slowing it down after a big first play. Went a little bit tempo to just try to catch Utah State off guard, but Zevi Eckhouse played it safe, didn't force anything down the field.
2 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. Meredith all alone. Out at the numbers on the right side. Freeman in motion, turn and hand to Angel Johnson off the left side. Wide open gap. Johnson splits 2 defenders down to the 10-yard line, gets tackled awkwardly, but it's first down and goal for Washington State after a great 24-yard run for Angel Johnson.
Just explosive speed to get out there, and good job opening the gap was number 67, Lester, and he went out of the game earlier but came back out, and he's the one who really caused that big run. Great job there, but also a good tackle by Ike Larson. That would have been a touchdown if he wasn't there.
2 explosive runs to start the second half for the Cougars. First down and goal from the 10. Ball on the far hash. Eckhouse in the shotgun. Keeps it himself off to the right side. Rolling out to the numbers on the sideline. Eckhouse still has it. Diving towards the end zone. And he stepped out of bounds at the 4-yard line. So it's going to be second down and goal for Washington State.
Cougar faithful wanted him to be in bounds to get that touchdown. Got a loud reaction, but a good job by Utah State's defense to force him out of bounds.
Zevi just barely stepping out of bounds. Went up and over at the end of the play, but it's second down and goal from the 4-yard line. Ball on the near hash. Eckhouse in the pistol with Maxwell Woods directly behind him. from the 4-yard line. Aline in motion. Eckhouse keeps it off the left side, trying to get away from Utah State defenders. Not going to get away from Larson as he decks Eckhouse to the ground. It really didn't stand a chance.
A good edge blitz there, and I feel like if that was to Woods, that would have been an easy touchdown. But multiple safety players coming down off of a blitz. It's not the defensive linemen that are causing too much havoc for the Cougars. It's been the pressure from either the linebacker or the safety core that's stopping Zevi. A big third down here.
14-0 lead for Washington State. 3 minutes gone in the second half. Third down and goal from the 6-yard line after the loss of 2. Ball in the middle of the field. Eckhouse rolls to his left. Pump fakes. Spreads back to the right side. Pressure in his face, gets away, lobs it towards the end zone and out of bounds and incomplete. That's going to bring up 4th down and goal from the 6.
That was good coverage in the back of the end zone. Eckhouse was very smart with that to not force anything and has a chance to take a 3-possession lead here. But really just amazing coverage all around. Safeties blanketing any wide receiver down the field. Lechner tried to get open a little bit, but Eckhouse with a smart move, just throwing out of bounds while getting tackled.
So now Stevens on about a 23-yard field goal attempt from the middle of the field. Good snap, good hold, the kick up and right through. And it is 17-0 after the field goal for Stevens. He makes up for the miss earlier in the game. He had the first quarter miss from a similar range. He knocks that one through. Cougars go up by 3 scores on Utah State. It's 17-0 with 11:25 left in the third quarter here at the famous Idaho Potato Bowl in Boise. You're listening to KUGR, the student voice of the Palouse. It was a ground and pound drive for Washington State, over 70 yards on the ground. And they ended up with a 23-yard field goal, make it 17-0 with 11:25 left in the third quarter as Utah State gets prepared to get the football back for their first drive of the second half.
Well, that drive opened up because of, 1, explosive running backs, and 2, I think Utah State made a couple of halftime adjustments to prepare for a Zevi Eckhouse just throwing the ball, just heavy attack down the field, which opened up a lot of running lanes, and just good job breaking tackles from Woods and Johnson. And I think Utah State needs to do something similar to that to get themselves back in the game. If they can establish the run game, they can start opening up passes and trickery down the field for Bryson Barnes, because right now Jevin Jacobs only has 2 carries, and they've been good each time. If they just give it to him a little bit more, I feel like they could get their name back into this game a little bit more than they already have right now.
Utah State shut out in the first half. Cougars up by 17 as Harris gets ready to kick it off. The running back duo of Davis and Jacobs back deep for the Aggies.
A strange stat to point out is Utah State has the ball for 13 minutes and 30 seconds of this game while only having 3 first downs. It's a little crazy to see, especially when the Cougars have 15 first downs.
Yeah, they were 1 of 8 on third down in that first half. Harris, ball on the tee, boots it away into the Boise sky. Returnable from the 5 by Jacobs. Out to the 15 on the right side before he is met by a swarm of Cougars. Bounces off the tackle, still running, still on his feet, out to the 20. That's the 25 to the 30 before he's forced out of bounds by the kicker Harris. But Jacobs able to break a couple tackles on that return to get Utah State out. Let's see where they officially mark the football. It's going to be, wow, a really good spot out at the 40-yard line. No, they're going to move it back just a little bit. So to the 34-yard line come the Aggie offense.
That was just a great job by Jacobs. That's what he can provide. He bounced off of about 4 tackles there. And to credit of Ryan Harris, that could have been way farther down the field if he didn't find a way to force him out of bounds.
So from the 34-yard line, moving right to left on the near hash. The Aggie offense starts the second half with a play action. Barnes looking downfield, fires to the right side, and it is incomplete. He was looking for Davis, the intended receiver, and it sailed out of bounds.
That was great coverage there by the Cougars, and I'm not personally a fan of that play call. Tried a bit of a deep shot to start, but great coverage all around. 2 defenders there. It would have been a very great catch if he's able to haul that in, but tough first start right now for Utah State.
11:09 on the clock in the third quarter. 17-0 lead for the Cougars. 2-by-2 set. They hand it off to Davis up the middle. Past the 35, falls forward to the 39. That's going to bring up third down and 5 to go for Utah State on their opening possession. They were 1 of 8 on third down in the first half.
That type of run right there just opens up a lot of play calls right here. You could do a short pass close to the sticks and then go for it, or you can just get it right now. 3rd and 5 is a lot more approachable than a 3rd and 10.
So 3rd and 5 for Barnes, the quarterback. Takes the shotgun snap, looks to the right, pressure coming, and he gets drilled by Gavin Barfield, who just came off the edge and absolutely destroyed Bryson Barnes.
Just an explosive blitz. The Utah State offensive line had no chance, and they're a little slow to get up. I feel like they're a little bit beaten and battered, both physically and mentally. Right there was a dog pile of about 4 players, and coming out of it was the Cougars, and another 4th down, another failed 3rd down conversion. Cougars going to get the ball back, meanwhile with a 3-possession lead. Left
tackle Jake Eichhorn got beat by Barthiel on that blind side. Barnes never saw him coming, and the sack makes it 4th and 12, a loss of 7. Punt unit on for Utah State, a booming punt. Line drive kick bounces at the 25 and will roll down to the 20, about the 18-ish yard line, where Washington State will start their next drive. They had a field goal to start the second half. They'll get the ball back here on 1st and 10 with a big field to go. Ball placed at exactly the 19-yard line on the near hash. So, Nathan, the offense started ground and pound that first drive. Eckhouse was ripping it through the air in the first quarter. So far, both facets working well for this Cougar offense.
I think right now they could probably do a little bit more of ground and pound. Maxwell Woods and Angel Johnson, just explosive runners, and if they find space in front of them, they're able to push through it. And I think that's what the Cougars offense will try to do coming out of this. But with those explosive runs, Utah State now has to be prepared for another deep play action shot. Eckhouse could make that happen. Josh Meredith only needs about 38 more yards to break the century mark of the game. So be on the lookout for that as well.
17-0 Washington State leads. They'll have the ball when we come back from this break. 9:42 on the clock in the third quarter. You're listening to KUGR, the student voice of the Palouse. 3-possession lead for Washington State in the famous Idaho Potato Bowl. 17-0 the score with 9:42 on the clock in the third quarter. Offense coming back out. They moved the ball back 1 yard to the 18-yard line. So a big field to go. Cougars moving left to right. Zevi Eckhouse and company, 321 total yards in this game. Utah State going backwards every possession. It feels like they've only have 47 yards to this point in the game. As two receivers spread to the left of Eckhouse. Mackenzie Lean, the lone receiver, to the right on the numbers. So ball in the near hash. Maxwell Woods, the running back. Eckhouse in the shotgun, claps the hands, receives a snap, hands it to Woods off the right side. Has a big crease out past the 35, pushed out of bounds. At the 37-yard line, nice gain for Maxwell Woods.
And that run gets them over 100 rushing yards on the game, something that they've been struggling to do all season long. But just in the second half, each gap has been not being filled as much as it was in the first half. Just a great job from Woods, having the vision to see down the field, not just on the line of scrimmage as well, getting a big gain on the first play of the drive.
Two receivers to the right, one to the left for Eckhouse. Woods remains the back. First down and 10 from the 38-yard line. Eckhouse, play action, drops back, slings it over the middle. Freeman makes the catch, falling down into Utah State territory at the 44, and now flags fly in after the play. It was a first down catch from Tony Freeman, but there are two flags after the play.
There was a big hit converged on Freeman, one of them by Tyler Brown, who kind of hit him high on the head. Let's see if that's what the referees threw the flag for.
So after that 20-yard run by Woods, a targeting penalty called on Utah State. The microphone cut out when they said the name, and the play, really the whole announcement there was cut out from the official, but they'll go to review. And so, yeah, Tony Freeman got his bell rung off that catch, but it was an 18-yard gain and enough for a first down into Utah State territory.
I mean, the chunk plays have been working. It's when you have a successful run game, it opens up play action, and on that play happened right there.
And it looks like it was Ike Larson, the culprit for Utah State. They're showing the replay as Freeman catches it in the air. He turns and then just gets blasted into. So a defenseless receiver, and Tony Freeman. Larson definitely lowered his head. So wouldn't be surprised if they confirm this targeting call, and then Larson would be disqualified for the rest of the half. And he's a player that's had a pretty good game so far, but really Utah State's defense hasn't been helped out at all by their offense. And here comes the official ruling.
Player number 18 forcibly contacted the head of the receiver with the forearm. Therefore, the ruling on the field of targeting is upheld. Number 18 has been disqualified.
So the call is upheld, and Ike Larson is disqualified for targeting. And that's a big loss for this Utah State defense that has struggled this year, but they've played a pretty good game today. 2 takeaways against Zevi Eckhouse, a couple first-team All-Mountain West players. Larson, not one of them, but now they're going to have to put in the depth of their safety room. And so 15 more yards tacked on. So ball goes to the 29-yard line of Utah State. Cougars marching down the field. First down and 10, under 9 minutes to play. 17-0 lead for the Cougars. Eckhouse takes a snap, play action, rolls out, finds Lecter over the middle, wide open catch, and he's slung down to the 10-yard line. And a 19-yard pickup for Trey Lechner, who is down after the play. And that is not a good sign for Washington State.
Trey Lechner has just been one of the highest spirits for Washington State. He's been almost like a team captain, team leader in this current WSU squad, and he could be one for years to come. But just a tough throwdown right there. He's a little slow to get up. Hopefully nothing too serious, but just this drive has been a great job by the Cougars once again. Just 3 plays ago, they're at their own 18, and now they're approaching the goal line of Utah State. Just domination all game long. And when you're almost at 400 total yards before the halfway point in the third quarter, you know you're having a successful day.
Cougars right now sitting at 378 total yards. Aggies still at 47 yards. Their offense has been non-existent as Lechner gets up, jogs to the sideline. As they continue to look at Lechner, but he was slung to the turf pretty hard, but he gets up and off the field. So Cougar offense back out there. First down and goal from the 10-yard line. Angel Johnson gets the carry up the middle. Burrows forward for a gain of 2 to the 8-yard line on the far side of the field.
That was a better job by Utah State to converge on the line of scrimmage. There was a gap that was open for a second, but the linebackers able to converge all together at once, like John Miller and Olival Jr. going all together up the gut to stop Johnson from progressing anything further down the field. A lot of strength behind Johnson and a lot of strength there from the Aggies to not let him move any past the more than 2 yards.
Empty set for Eckhouse. Now Johnson motions back from the 8-yard line. 3 receivers to the right. Shotgun snap to Eckhouse. Looks to his right. Lobs it towards the end zone. Freeman is there. Reaches out. Makes the catch one-handed. Flips over. And it's a touchdown. And they're going to say that the ball was incomplete. So one official ruled a touchdown. One came in and said it hit the ground. Tony Freeman was spinning in the air to try to come down with it. He thinks he caught it. They're going to show the replay on the big board. And that is a really close call, but it looks like he caught it. They change it to a touchdown, and Tony Freeman was able to pin it against his leg, and I don't think that ever hit the orange end zone turf.
That's going to be very hard to change, but now with them changing it right there, calling it a touchdown on the field, there has to be evidence and full definite proof to turn this call over. With the original call being incompletion and then flipping to a touchdown, even if there's just one camera angle that shows that ball hitting the turf, that's going to be turned to incompletion. But what a heck of an effort from Freeman. That was a little overthrown, but a great job extending it with his left hand, bringing it in. And it appeared to have bounced off of his hand up into his chest. And I think that is what the referees are going to be looking at to see if it bounced off his hand or if it bounced off the orange turf.
Yeah, it is a mere centimeters difference between a touchdown and an incompletion. And initially, I was with you. I didn't think that that was going to be catchable for the 5'8" Freeman, but he reaches out and makes the grab, but then he was bobbling it on the way down. It is very close, and the official is taking the headset off, and here comes the call.
Maintain control of the ball prior to contact with the ground. Therefore, the ruling is an incomplete pass.
So it is an incomplete pass. They say that he didn't maintain it all the way through, and there one angle from the opposite end zone definitely looked like the tip of the football might have hit the ground, but it was so close, and in super, super slow motion, maybe you could zoom in and enhance it and see that it hit the turf. So an incomplete pass, but what an effort by Freeman. Brings up 3rd down and goal from the Utah State 8-yard line. Knocking on the door are the Cougars. 3 receivers to the left in a tight bunch formation. 1 to the right with Noga. Johnson, the running back. Meredith in motion across the formation. Eckhouse takes the snap, looking over the middle. Backpedaling, lobs it up, and it's incomplete out of the back of the end zone.
That was good coverage there by Utah State. Once again, Bryson Taylor that time on Josh Meredith, and tight coverage and uncatchable ball. Zebby Eckhouse trying to put the ball where only his receivers could grab it, but that time, I don't know if anyone could grab that one. Leads to another incompletion and a tough kick from the far left hash for the kicker, Jack Stevens, to try to make it.
A 25-yard attempt for Stevens from the far hash. On 4th down. Good snap. The hold is good. The kick on the way, and he knocks it through. And Cougars add 3 more to their total. They don't come away with a touchdown, but back-to-back drives stalled out in the goal-to-go situation. They come away with 6 points to start this second half and lead it 20-0 with 7 minutes and 31 seconds left in the game, or in the third quarter. Cougars up by 20. You're listening to KUGR, the student voice of the Palouse. Cougars come away with 3 on the 25-yard field goal from Stevens. Makes it 20-0 over Utah State. 7.5 minutes left in the third quarter of the famous Idaho Potato Bowl. Davis Hagen alongside Nathan Eshelman, and the Utah State offense gets ready to go back out after this kickoff. Still yet to get over 50 total yards in the game, just 3 first downs.
I mean, this game should really be a blowout, and while 20 points is marginal, 3 touchdowns can happen in an instant of an eye, and 330 yards, a difference of yards, should be about maybe a 40-point difference, but a lot of great stops in the red zone by Utah State, and 2 Sevi Eckhouse turnovers is keeping this into a close game, but we'll see what happens the rest of the way.
Harris puts the ball on the tee. He'll kick it off to the right end zone where the running back duo awaits the kick. This one is caught at the goal line by Jacobs, right up the middle of the field, turns to the right side, past the 20 to the 25, and he's contacted at the 29-yard line, and that's where the Utah State offense will come out with the ball on the right hash, and still yet to get over 50 yards. Bryson Barnes is a player that is probably on some watch list in the preseason to be an all-purpose, all-American type player. He's second-team All-Mountain West. His season's been great, but so far today, his offense around him and himself has just not been good at all.
When you only complete 3 passes to 10 incompletions, you're not going to move the ball down the field. And he has been one of the biggest problems so far today. He needs to pick it back up.
2 running backs in the backfield. They hand it to Davis up the middle for a gain of 1 yard, where he's met by Anthony Polano and Gavin Barthiel, the linebacking duo, as there's a flag on the play, likely on Utah State. Either a legal formation or false start, but legal shift is called. So Washington State will decline it because it was just a 1 yard gain, makes it 2nd down and 9, and probably a good decision from the interim coach Bobbitt to take the 1 yard gain and make it 2nd down. One less chance to pick up the first for Utah State's offense that is up to 48 total yards. Barnes takes a snap, underneath shovel pass to Jacobs, breaking tackles and then spinning down. He almost got away, but couldn't quite get out of the grasp of Anthony Polano, as a Utah State Aggie is down behind the play. Junior Sia, the right tackle, stepping in for the senior Trey Anderson. Anderson, probably the best offensive lineman for Utah State, inactive in this bowl game, and Junior Sia stepped in for him, and he is down at the 26-yard line, sitting up now with the training staff around him. But it brings up 3rd down and 8 yards to go from the Utah State 31-yard line. This defense, Nathan, has been very effective, just wrapping up and not missing a lot of tackles early in the season. That was the story. This team could not tackle to save their life, and now they are one of the more consistent tackling teams in the country.
I mean, this has been night and day difference from the beginning of the season, especially that North Texas game. That was just horrendous on both sides of the ball, but now they're picking it back up, and it's really been a carry job by the defense. And in the past month or so of play, they've just been the dominant part of this entire team. Cougar football would probably be in a losing record right now if this defense wasn't where they are right now. And Jamori Colson was also in on that play. The corners are making a name for themselves as well, along with the linebacking core.
So 3rd down and 8. Defense making late substitutions. 3 receivers to the right for Utah State. 3rd and 8 to go from the 31. Barnes takes the snap, rolls to his right, shifting the pocket, throws on the run. That is complete to Jacobs, bouncing off of tacklers, but he was not in front of the first down sticks. He's still short by about 1.5 yards, it looks like. That's going to be 4th down, and the punt unit jogs halfway on the field, and Utah State is going to bring on the punt unit. Not necessarily a guarantee that they're going to actually punt it, as they mark it at about 4th and inches. So they spot him about an extra yard forward, still not quite enough. So 4th down and inches from their own 38-yard line, the punt unit comes out.
A fake is risky, but I really think they should go for it right now. Only 4th and inches. You need this.
The punt is away from Recco, and they elect to give it right back to the Cougars. Freeman backpedaling, makes the catch and stumbles backwards. It is a fair catch at the 16-yard line. So Washington State's offense will go back out. But I'm with you. I think if you're Utah State, you just finally got over 50 yards of offense. You make it 4th down and inches. And that's really your bread and butter. Your quarterback is your best offensive weapon. He can barrel his way forward for half a yard.
I mean, this offense, like right there, he had 2 straight completions. Maybe that's a confidence booster, but keep that confidence going. Don't take him off the field. Him and the offense wanted to stay on. The punt unit came back, and it's Cougar football once again. We'll see what they do, though.
Eckhouse and company back out. Cougars leading it 20-0 with 6 minutes, 11 seconds on the clock in the third quarter. 2 receivers to the left. Meredith in motion across the formation to the right side. He's the lone receiver to the right of Zevi. Angel Johnson, the running back. Shotgun snap to Eckhouse. Steps up away from pressure. Shovel pass to Angel Johnson in the middle of the field. Caught for a gain of 5 to the 21-yard line. It's going to bring up 2nd down and about 5 or 4 to go. We are under 6 minutes to play in the third quarter. Cougars lead it by 20.
This pressure is not getting there when they're only sending 4. Utah State, it just needs to find a way to get a blitz on Zevi Eckhouse, make him panic, because anytime he has time to focus, he is doing a great job with it.
3 tight ends to the right side. Pistol formation from the 20 on 2nd and 4. Eckhouse play action, rolls to the right. Stepping away, stiff arming, stays in bounds and spins himself out as he was very close, and they're going to give it to him. A 1st down for Eckhouse out to the 30 or to the 29-yard line, right at the line to gain.
Right there, Eckhouse, just great awareness. He understood where he was on the field and a good job avoiding the hit as well. Went sideways to advance the ball and also avoid taking a massive hit. Good 1st down there from Zevi Eckhouse in the offense.
1st down and 10 from the 24 part. Play action to Johnson. Eckhouse steps up, breaks a tackle underneath to Lechner. He bobbles it, and he dropped it. Trey Lechner hit it with all 10 fingers and all 10 toes, and he still didn't come away with it.
That would have been an explosive play. And Cougars have been getting chunk plays at any chance this half. And with this 2nd down and 10 coming up, we'll see what they decide to do. They might just decide to take it short, but a lot of pressure was there on Eckhouse. Just a great job stepping up in the pocket, finding Lechner open. A little bit behind him, but that is definitely a catchable ball, especially for Trey Lechner.
4:54 on the clock. Cougars up 20-0. 2nd down and 10 from their own 24-yard line. 3 receivers to the left. Play action again. Eckhouse turns around, lobbing it to a wide open Meredith past the 40-yard line for an easy completion, and they get a fresh set of downs on a good completion of 15+ to Josh Meredith out to the 44-yard line.
Well, that reception puts Meredith just about 16 yards away from getting to 100 yards. Let's see if he can get there.
Tight set to the left side. They hand it off to Johnson up the middle, and he gets blasted by a couple defenders. Tyree Morris was one of them. He's one of the best defensive line players for Utah State. The transfer from Lafayette, 2nd team All-Patriot League last year. And a whistle as Morris is now down on one knee. Training staff out to look at Tyree Morris. So it's an official timeout for an injury. We will step away. 4:06 on the clock in the third quarter. Cougars have it at their own 47-yard line, 20-0. Cougars lead it in the famous Idaho Potato Bowl. You're listening to KUGR, the student voice of the Palouse. Morris able to get up and walk off the field as we welcome you back.
hopefully he's able to come back. He's a good leader for that defensive front, and they need one right now.
One of their best defenders so far all year and today. So on 2nd and 8, Eckhouse goes play action, rolls to his right, and he lobs it to Freeman at the opposing 40-yard line. There were 2 defenders there, and it falls harmlessly to the blue turf. And it's incomplete, so it's going to bring up 3rd down and 8 from their own 46-yard line.
Eckhouse just putting a little bit too much air on that one. I feel like that one could have been complete if he just tried to zip it into Freeman, but 2 players converging on it. It's lucky it wasn't intercepted. He had a floater intercepted in the first half. We'll see what they do on a 3rd and long.
3:51 on the clock, 3rd down and 8. Ball in the middle of the field at the 46-yard line. 20-0 Cougars. Meredith back and forth motion on the right side. Eckhouse, low snap at his knees, lobs it down the right side, and that is intercepted. He threw it right to the defensive back. Gio Kafensis with the interception. That is 3 picks for Zevi Eckhouse, and that one wasn't even close to his receiver, right into the arms of the Utah State Aggies, and that is now 3 turnovers that are just absolutely devastating.
Well, that's 4 chances given right to Utah State. The Cougars defense has done a great job backing up Zevi, but that one wasn't even on target. There was not even a chance behind that one. I believe that might have been a little bit of miscommunication between Freeman and Eckhouse on the play, but you cannot be doing those types of plays and those types of throws right now at the game. You want to run down the clock, and while it would be fun to break records, it's not smart when you're trying to break records by throwing just bad balls like that.
So Utah State takes over at their own 40-yard line. Bryson Barnes back out there. He goes with a play action, straight drop back, firing a missile down the left side. Brady Boyd wide open at the 20-yard line of the Cougars, and he makes the catch. And there's the impact player making a play. Brady Boyd, the Texas Tech transfer, comes through with an explosive play, and that puts Utah State close to 100 yards after that one.
Well, Brady Boyd understood the zone and how to beat that cover 2. Just went past the layer of the defense. Good job there.
Quick play by the Aggies. They hand it off to Jacobs up the middle. He goes down the hash mark, and he gets to about the 12-yard line. So a gain of 5 makes it 2nd and medium for Utah State.
It's a smart by Utah State to run a little bit of tempo right now. You want to catch the Cougars off guard, and they're probably getting a little bit exhausted with how much they've been on the field in the game. And right now, this drive could be the thing that breaks the game open for Utah State.
Utah State up to 104 yards of offense after that 43-yard pass play and then a 5-yard run. Play action, Barnes ripping it to the right side. Boyd is open, one-handed grab, incomplete. He put up one hand, and it's incomplete on that far end zone. And there is a flag down at the 8-yard line on the near side of the field, away from where the play happened. Officials going over to discuss with interim coach Jesse Bobbitt, who will be leaving the program after this game.
He's doing a great job with his defense, though. He's coached them all year long, and he knew he wasn't going to leave his squad.
Ineligible player downfield. Offense number 61.
So an ineligible player downfield for the Utah State Aggies. Keone Yosua.
It's interesting to decline the penalty.
Makes it 3rd down and 5, but yeah, you could have backed him up even more. Instead, it's 3rd and 5. Got to be 4-down territory for Utah State. 2 receivers to each side. Ball on the left hash. Barnes in the shotgun with Jacobs to his left. Ball on the 12-yard line. Boyd in motion across the formation to the right. Barnes dropping back, rolling out to his right, trying to get away. Ellison giving chase. Lob, end zone, incomplete. Boyd was the intended target, and Bryson Barnes got tripped up at the end. He did not have any time to get rid of that before he had to scramble away. It is now 4th down and 5 for Utah State with 2.5 minutes in the 3rd quarter. Not a bad play by Barnes, just wasn't really catchable for Boyd in the field of play. Good ball speed by Ellison to try to get there.
This is a massive play here. 4th down and 5. This could make or break the game for Utah State.
Still just a 3-possession game. Cougars lead at 20-0 with 2:35 on the clock, and Utah State is going to have to burn a timeout. Bronco Mendenhall, a veteran coach, knows that this is a crucial point in the game where you have to get the play call right. Bryson Barnes was trying to direct traffic, and there was a whole lot of miscommunication. And at this point, this is the best drive of the game for Utah State. They have to come away with points, but they can't afford to kick field goals at this point, so you got to go for it. Down 20-0. I'm surprised a little bit that they didn't try to make this a 4th down and 1 with a Barnes run. They elected to throw, and with the incompletion, it stays at 4th and 5. You got one play to get at least 5 to keep the drive alive.
Well, Barnes was kind of a little rushed on that play, and I think that's what the Cougars need to do on this 4th down. If they can send a blitz, make Barnes panic. It's worked all day today, and Barnes has struggled still, but in the second half, he's picked it up a little bit when they just do 4 on the blitz rather than sending a little bit of extra heat. So expect a lot of pressure right now on Barnes.
Empty set for Barnes. 4 receivers, including the gadget player Garcia to the right. Barnes, quick throw, lobbing it, end zone. Garcia up and incomplete. Matthew Durant with a great defensive play, but there is a flag in the end zone.
Durant just did not turn around in time. He got to him. There was a little bit of miscommunication on who was going to be on Garcia when his line lobbed up.
Yeah, Durant got there early. They show the replay, and he was well into the waist of Garcia, the intended receiver, on that back corner, the far side of the end zone. And that's going to be half the distance to the goal for Utah State. Puts it at the 2-yard line and an automatic 1st down. Aggies knocking on the door for the first time today. 2 running backs, Jacobs and Davis, splitting Barnes in the backfield. Barnes keeps it himself to the left side, barrels into the end zone, and the Aggies score their first touchdown of the famous Idaho Potato Bowl and make it 20-6. So no shutout for this Cougar defense that had played lights out all game long. And the Aggies go 60 yards, which is more yards than they had the entire game up to this point.
Well, that was a great play call on that 1st and goal. Barnes understood that with the triple option and only 2 yards to go, he could take it himself, and that's very hard to read if you're the Cougars lineman.
Tanner Rinker on for the extra point. And he knocks it through, makes it 20-7. So a little bit of intrigue now with the Utah State offense converting off the Zevi Eckhouse interception. 3 picks for Eckhouse in this game. Utah State finally able to convert on one, and now it's just a 13-point game, 2-possession ball game here in Boise. 5 plays, 60 yards, 1 minute, 20 seconds off the clock, and Barnes gets in the end zone.
Jesse Bobbitt's got to be very frustrated with his defense right now. Durant got there in time. It's just he needed to turn his head, but he was only in that position because of miscommunication out of that timeout. They sent out Garcia wide, and they didn't know who was going to be on him for the man blitz. So when Durant just got on him, he got to him, but without turning his head, that's an easy call to make for the referees. And once you're in a 1st and goal against this versatile Utah State offense, it's going to be very hard to stop. And now with only a 2-possession game, the offense has to be smarter for Washington State. Eckhouse cannot be throwing errant passes anymore.
Carter Brown, the kickoff man for Utah State, boots it away. Angel Johnson, returnable from the 1-yard line. Off the right side of the field, bounces off a couple tackles, still alive. Spinning free down to the 20. So a 19-yard return for Johnson gets the Cougar offense back on the field. And a very interesting offense so far today that just felt like it was going to be perfect. Everything aligned, and the Cougar offense started so well, and then 3 interceptions thrown from Zevi Eckhouse, and now they're kind of back to square one, trying to start over.
I mean, my goodness, with the yards that they have, it seems like this game would be well over. But 3 turnovers along with a missed field goal, this is still a game, and Eckhouse cannot do anything else other than play smart. You cannot throw errant passes.
First play of the drive, a handoff to Pulalasi off the right side. Gets a gain of about 7 off the right before he was tripped up.
I wouldn't be surprised if the play calling's a lot more conservative now. There's still 17 minutes left to go in the game, but running the ball has been working out very well for the Cougars in the second half. With that last drive, about 3 straight throws, and it led to a turnover.
Second down and about 3. And out to Pulalasi, bouncing around a couple of times, waiting and being patient, busts through the hole, and he gets out to the 39-yard line and a first down and a gain of 12 yards for Leo Pulalasi.
And it's every single running back that's doing it. Johnson's got a couple explosive runs. Woods has a lot of explosive runs, and now Pulalasi getting in on the action, has over about 15 yards in this drive. Let's see if they keep feeding the hot hands.
First and 10 for the Cougar offense at their own 39-yard line. Ball in the middle of the field. Heavy set to the left side of the line of scrimmage. Handed off to Pulalasi, runs right off the edge, trying to break a tackle, but he gets tracked down by Dylan Tucker. But a good gain of about 8 yards for Pulalasi.
That run was actually opened up by a great block by the freshman wide receiver, Filane, just finding a way to stop his corner from making any play on the ball. And it was only the third level that could stop Pulalasi, and a good open field tackle. But all these runs are going to run the clock, and they're going to tire out this Utah State defense. Good runs right now for Washington State.
2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left for Eckhouse. Ball on the 47. Aline in motion. Handed off to Pulalasi on the right side. Off the tackle. Tucker blasts him down, but he gets the first down right at the midfield stripe. Less than 20 seconds in this third quarter. Will the Cougars elect to snap it again? Trying to draw Utah State offside. Eckhouse claps his hands, and they will just let this clock run down. The last 3 seconds tick off the clock in the third quarter, and we will head to the fourth quarter. Cougars up 20-7, but Utah State hanging around, trying to keep things interesting here at the 2025 Famous Idaho Potato Bowl. 20-7. They score at the end of the third quarter. You're listening to KUGR, the student voice of the Palouse. One more quarter in the Famous Idaho Potato Bowl. Washington State 20, Utah State 7. Davis Hagen alongside Nathan Eshelman for the final quarter of the season for the Washington State Cougars. They've got a 13-point lead, but Nathan, we've seen this time and time again with Washington State. They have a lead. It feels like everything's going their way. They have over 300 more yards, and yet there's still a sense of uneasiness up here in the booth. What are the keys to success here in the fourth quarter?
I mean, for Utah State, that was a great drive they had last time, and they targeted their main guy when you need a big play. You need Brady Boyd to step up when you don't have Braden Hagen there, and that's been a great job doing that. But the problem is with the Cougars, the only reason that big play happened is because no one was pressuring the quarterback. When he had time to figure out where to go with the ball, Barnes was able to find a big shot down the field. And there was almost a good defensive stop at the goal line, but with that penalty, it ended up being a touchdown. But that's all you need. If you find a way in the end zone, that's all that matters. So Utah State just got to keep doing that. Meanwhile, for the Cougars, keep the ball on the ground. Chew as much clock as you can. You're running it amazingly in that third quarter. Just keep it up. They're at 147 yards on the game now. Woods has been doing great. Just keep feeding him the rock as well.
So here we go in the fourth quarter. Maxwell Woods, the running back. Straight drop back for Eckhouse. He throws it straight into the blue turf. Just had to get rid of it. They tried to set up a running back screen on the first play of the fourth quarter, but there were 4 Aggies in his face, and there was just really no time to set that screen up at all.
Utah State sent 6 people on a blitz. It was man coverage, and it was run perfectly. When you send a man blitz against a screen pass and your linebacker's there to stop it, that's not going to work. So Zevi did a smart play there. He did not try to force it to him because that would have been tipped up in the air, and that could have been disastrous.
A perfect call to combat the screen. So heavy set with the tight end in the backfield. Woods, the running back, to the right. Eckhouse fakes the pitch up the right hash, and he powers his way forward into Utah State territory past the 40 to the 39, and a first down for Zevi Eckhouse and a gain of 11.
Those past 2 plays felt like chess. On the first play, Utah State ran a perfect play to stop the screen. But that play on a speed option, Zevi Eckhouse knew that they were going to be focused in on Maxwell Woods. So he took it himself, and instead of pitching it, got the first down. Good run from Eckhouse.
Cougars with a fresh set. 30 seconds gone in the fourth quarter. They're at the Utah State 39. Ball in the far hash. Still a heavy formation in the pistol. Eckhouse takes the low snap, play action to Woods. Looking deep, going long, and it is caught! Touchdown, Washington State. Landon Wright comes into the game, makes his first catch, and he extends the lead 26-7.
Wow, what a play right there. Just when it was a little bit of ground and pound, you throw it down the field on a bomb down there. And it's been the names that we haven't been calling all season long. It's the red shirts. It's the freshmen. They're coming in when they haven't had their name called all season long. And right there, a big play from Landon Wright, a redshirt freshman from Fresno, California, making it a 3-touchdown score. Once again, great job there from the Cougars.
Landon Wright scored the first touchdown of that Ole Miss game earlier this year, and he scores what could be the dagger against Utah State. Stevens on for the extra point. He knocks it through. It's a 20-point lead, 14-11 on the clock. Still not over yet. Utah State just finally got some momentum on offense, but what a throw by Zevi Eckhouse to Landon Wright. There was a ton of coverage on Landon Wright. Maybe an ill-advised throw, but he put it in a perfect spot.
That was just a bucket of a throw. Exactly where he needed to place it. Perfect air, perfect spiral. I mean, that's probably the greatest throw I've seen Zevi Eckhouse make when it's just about accuracy. Maybe when it comes to moments, he's done better, but wow, just an amazing throw. There was a little bit of pressure coming from his right side as well. So amazing poise from Zevi Eckhouse and what could be his final quarter of college football. Just great job there.
So he dices up the Utah State defense with a 39-yard passing touchdown. It makes it 27-7. Cougars in front with 14-11 left in the fourth quarter. You're listening to KUGR, the student voice of the Palouse. A 1-to-1 touchdown to interception ratio for Zevi Eckhouse. 3 touchdowns, 3 interceptions, but 334 yards passing for the senior quarterback. And the Cougars lead at 27-7 with 14 minutes left in the fourth quarter.
Zevi Eckhouse is probably the most entertaining quarterback you can find around the country. He's entertaining for both sides of the ball. If you're a Cougar fan, you're loving him with his touchdowns, his way to extend plays. And if you're the other team, you're loving the way he's just chucking it deep, kind of blindly sometimes. And when it ends up being an interception, they're happy. But right there, making the Cougar fans happy with the perfect ball down the field, just a bomb. And really, it could be the momentum killer that the Cougars needed. The defense was a little bit on their heels after that last drive. Maybe this is something that they can push back against Utah State.
Cougar offense answers the bell after Utah State finally scored their first points. It's 27-7. Harris will kick things off towards the left end zone, and that'll bounce into the middle of the end zone for a touchback. It'll come out to the 25-yard line for Utah State, who just scored their first touchdown on their last drive. Before that drive, they had less than 100 yards, and they went 60 yards, so they ended up with more yards on that one drive alone. Now they've finally broken the 100-yard mark. They're at 106 so far, but we're into the fourth quarter.
I mean, that was mainly just from Brady Boyd on that big catch. He's at 60 yards. The next best is the running back who has 3 catches for 12 yards. So they just need to find a way to move the ball, maybe to Boyd.
They start with a quick throw to Jacobs, and he gains about 9 yards on the quick running back out. They had the go-go offense look with 2 running backs to the right of Bryson Barnes. Now they will send Jacobs to the sideline in favor of a tight end.
Jacobs is about averaging almost like 6 yards per touch. He's doing a good job anytime he gets it, but him having to come off right here, we'll see what Utah State decides to do.
Empty formation. Bryson Barnes all alone on 2nd down and 2 from the 33. Claps his hands, takes the snap, throws to the right, caught by Miles Davis, breaks a tackle, out past midfield. And they will mark him actually right at the 50-yard line. So a first down, gain of 16 on the throw to Miles Davis. It looked like Barnes could have kept it himself, an RPO, and he decided to throw it. So now 2 running backs, one of them actually a wide receiver, and Brady Boyd in the backfield for Utah State. Now he motions out to the right side, stack formation receivers on the right. Play action for Barnes, steps back, unloads to Brady Boyd, caught wide open at the 35 with very soft coverage from Jamari Smith of Washington State, and it's another first down picked up for the Aggies.
I mean, I guess you got to keep feeding the hot hands, and it's only the running backs and Brady Boyd. Right now, Brady Boyd is the only wide receiver on the roster who has a catch today. Now with that one, he has 3, almost at 100 yards on the day as well, along with Meredith, but with different ways of grabbing it. Boyd with some big shots on the field. Let's see if he gets a one right here.
2 running backs in the backfield, split between Barnes. Play action. Unloads over the middle. It is incomplete. There is a flag down. Brady Boyd got knocked off his spot. Could be illegal contact on Washington State down the field.
We'll see what the referees decide when the contact was made.
They call holding on Jamari Smith. So it's going to be an automatic first down for Utah State. So a couple plays, and all of a sudden they're down to the 22-yard line of Washington State and threatening to score another touchdown. So first down and 10 from the 22. 12-16 on the clock. Cougars lead at 27-7 in the famous Idaho Potato Bowl in the 4th and final quarter, barring overtime. Barnes, play action off a jet sweep. Pressure coming, rolls out, throws to Jacobs, gets it away. Flag down behind the play as Barnes is still on the ground, but Jacobs gets tackled at the 15-yard line by Schlimgen.
Jimmy Listen, just being a good team player right there. When you know what you trust in your offensive line, when they come back for you on a play to pick you back up.
And holding called on the offense. That's on Yosuna, the right guard. And that'll back up Utah State 10 more yards. So 12:08 to play. Makes it first down and 20. Cougars still up by 20 points. 3 receivers to the left. Empty set with a 5 wide for Barnes. Takes the snap. Quarterback draw. Right up the gut. Past the 30 to the 35. And he crashes into Cale Reeder, who comes in hard with that club on his left fist. And Bryson Barnes is really shaken up after that hit.
Barnes cannot be putting himself in those situations. I know it's late in the game. It's the final game of the season. You want to go out strong for your boys, but you cannot just take hits like that. He needed to slide down that situation. Full head down speed from Cale Reeder. Just a big hit, and now he's going to have to come out of the game. This is not what you want to see. Jacob Conover coming into the game now for Utah State.
I am very surprised that they didn't call targeting on Cale Reeder. They already called targeting on Ike Larson of Utah State earlier in this game for a forearm shot to the head. That one by Cale Reeder was a head lowering that is almost textbook targeting, but I guess they deemed no targeting on the play. So Conover in, graduate senior from Chandler, Arizona. He's played in 4 games this year. This one just the 5th. Second down and 11 after the gain of 9 by Barnes. Empty set for Conover. His first play of the game's a throw. Over the middle. It's intercepted. There is a flag, but it's picked off by Demarius Russell, and he's running down the right side past midfield, cutting it back to the 40, 35-30, 25-20 to the 15-10, and he is tracked down into the end zone. It's a pick 6, but there is a flag way back at the 13-yard line.
There's 4 flags on the field. It's going to be hard to see, even if it's still an interception, if it's not coming back.
Demarius Russell took it all the way back with a great return. But there are so many flags on the field.
The body language of the Cougars seems a little disappointed. They wasted so much stamina getting down the field, but that was a great jump. That was a great job reading the play, getting down there. But a lot of discussions happening because this could be penalties on Utah State, could be penalties on Washington State. It could be after the interception, so it could be Cougars possession, but we have to figure it out. There's one flag near the end zone at the 12-yard line, and then there's about 3 penalty flags on the Utah State sideline. This is going to take a little bit of discussing to figure out what to do, but wow, just so much hustle, great effort, and just a united team all together, dogpiling him after about a 95-yard return.
Yeah, the flags on the far side, it seems to me like they might be holding on Utah State or on Washington State on the return. They tackled the quarterback, Jacob Conover, as he tried to make a tackle. But how about his first play of the game, a 95-yard pick 6? But there are, as Nathan said, 4 flags on the field. And the one that probably stands out the most is the one on the near side that is likely a penalty on the Cougars during the pass. So here comes the call. A lot to figure out.
There were multiple fouls on the team. Rather, there were multiple fouls on the play by both teams. Holding, intercepting team, number 42. That penalty is declined. Also, personal foul, hands to the face, intercepting team prior to the interception. Number 17. That penalty will be enforced half the distance to the goal from the previous spot with an automatic first down. We will also enforce dead ball. Personal foul. After the touchdown, offense number 72. That penalty will be enforced 15 yards, first down, Utah State.
So a lot to unpack. So 2 penalties on Washington State, a hands to the face on Smith before the pass, then a holding call that got declined on the return, and then after the play, a penalty on Utah State for unnecessary roughness on their offensive lineman. So they were going to mark it half the distance to the goal, but then a 15-yard penalty after the play. So it's still going to be Utah State football because of the hands to the face, and so they march it closer to the 10-yard line, and it'll be now they go forwards and now they go backwards.
They didn't clarify if it's going to be a 1st and 15 or a 1st and 25 or a 1st and 10. It might just be 1st and 10 with a personal foul, but we'll see where the markers stand.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to move it back 1st down and 10, so they'll reset on 1st and 10. So it was 2nd down and 11. Now it's 1st and 10 from the 26-yard line. So the most important penalty on that play was the hands to the face on Jamari Smith that negated the interception that turned into a pick 6. And so Conover will come back out. So he avoids his first throw of the game being a pick 6. This season, he's just 19 of 38 for 245 yards, 2 touchdowns, no picks. And he's forced into a big spot in the Famous Idaho Potato Bowl. 11:36 on the clock. Cougars up by 20. Shotgun snap, play action. Conover steps away from pressure, gets out past the 25, stiff arm against Schlimgen, and he is ridden out of bounds after a gain of about 4.
That was really good edge pressure by the Cougars, but, I mean, a great job by Jacob Conover to just step up through the pressure, understanding where to move, and it still gets a positive gain, but they do need to find a way to score quickly. There's only 11 minutes and 11 seconds until the end of the game, and they need 3 touchdowns.
Down by 20. Conover still the quarterback as Bryson Barnes is still in the injury tent for Utah State. 2-by-2 set. They hand it off to Miles Davis up the middle. Buda Paletti tracks him down from behind, and then Gavin Barthiel finishes him off with a shoulder to the ribs.
Cougars are knowing what to do. They're hitting hard. Barthiel is part of that effort. And while there was that big hit from Reeder, it's just been so aggressive. Downhill tackling has been working out for them. They're not going for arm tackles. They're going for power tackles.
So 2-by-2 set on 3rd down and 5 from the Washington State 21-yard line. Ball in the near hash. Jacobs, the running back. Conover still in at quarterback for Utah State. Cougars showing pressure along the line of scrimmage. They just bring 4. Conover fading backwards, lobbing it for Brady Boyd. Adjusts and makes the catch. What a touchdown pass and catch by Brady Boyd from Jacob Conover on a Dirk Nowitzki fadeaway jumper to the end zone. Utah State scores one of the 3 they need.
That was an amazing grab. Mossing defender over his shoulder. And Boyd, great job understanding where he is near the sideline as well. Getting possession, getting his feet down. My goodness.
Wow.
He just head taps Durrance. And wow, that's what they need. That's what they need. Boyd now at 99 yards on the game. He's been their star, and they need him big in this 4th quarter.
Rinker on for the extra point. Flags come in, and it's going to be delay of game on Utah State. So a delay of game, too much celebrating for the Utah State Aggies. And how could you not get excited about that catch from Brady Boyd, just pinning it to the helmet of Matthew Durrance and then ripping it away for the touchdown. Makes it 27-13. So a 2-possession game as Rinker will back up 5 yards and attempt the extra point. 10:09 on the clock. Good snap. And the kick sails through the uprights. Makes it 27-14. It's a 13-point game. And I wouldn't be surprised if Utah State tried to pull out some more tricks to try to get right back in this game. 10 minutes is a long time, but Washington State, if they can pick up a couple first downs, the clock would really start to whittle away.
I mean, that was an amazing drive. The past 2 drives, they've been picking apart this Washington State defense. When they're running zone coverage, well, Barnes was finding ways to beat the zones. And right there, Jacob Conover just trusted his guy. He knew that Boyd has so much talent, and he is 6'1". He has some size to him. So if you lob the ball up to him and he has a little bit of a size either match or mismatch, he can definitely fight for the ball. So great job from the redshirt senior just to trust his guy. But the Utah State offense, they'll probably find similar ways to move the ball down the field when they'll get the ball. If they're seeing zone coverage, they'll try to beat it any way they can. Lots of level concepts were what happened that drive, and the zones were just being picked apart. So what I think the Cougars should do to counteract that is they need to start doing man blitzes. Because when they were blitzing the quarterbacks, it was working. Pressure was getting in his face, causing inaccurate throws, and a good defense all around in the first 3 quarters. But ever since the about second half of the third, it's been all Utah State, at least on the offensive side of the ball.
10 minutes left in the fourth quarter. Cougars up by 13. You're listening to KUGR, the student voice of the Palouse. Nothing better than the famous Idaho Potato Bowl. We had some baked potatoes earlier today. The festivities are great, and this is what bowl season is all about. Dynamic players on both sides. A game coming down to the final 10 minutes. Washington State up 27-14 over Utah State. Trying to end their season on a high note. Both sides wanting this win to propel them into the future of the Pac-12. This is, of course, a future Pac-12 matchup between the Aggies and the Cougars. 27-14, Washington State in front. As the kickoff sails into the Boise afternoon sky, Leighton Smithson from the 5 gets the return out to the right side, and he goes to the 20-yard line before he's pushed forward and down at the 21. And a pile of players pick themselves up off the blue turf here at the home of the Boise State Broncos at Albertson Stadium. And Nathan, there's really one goal for Washington State, and that's pick up first downs.
They really just want to pick up first downs, but I think they should pick them up through the ground. If you can find ways to run the clock down consistently and just chip this clock away, many teams are able to do 10-minute drives. If Washington State could find a way to do that, that would just be perfect for them to end the season, but we'll see what they do. Zevi Eckhouse is a very aggressive quarterback.
From the 21, 1st and 10. With 10 minutes to go, hand off to Maxwell Woods up the middle. He's got a burst, and he's down to the 30. He just got tripped up. And that's a gain of 9. Maxwell Woods has such good explosiveness, almost getting away.
He has 82 yards on just 5 carries. I mean, my goodness. Give that guy the ball, and he's about to get you first down each touch.
Gio Kafensis got the shoestring tackle on Maxwell Woods. He's got a heck of a burst for a redshirt freshman, one of the Jackrabbits that came over. 2 receivers in the game, Ganesh Amorthi and Leon Neal. Eckhouse keeps it himself, powering forward through the defensive line. He just ran over Morris, and he picks up a first down. That is almost a perfect 2-play start to the drive for Washington State. Pick up 9, keep the clock rolling, and then pick up another first down. Now they've run 2 plays, and a lot of times come off the clock. We're a minute into this drive.
I mean, just like that, you can keep running the clock down. If you run it 3 more times, you're guaranteed at least another minute and a half off the clock. So Zevi Eckhouse and Maxwell Woods probably combining for a couple more runs on this drive.
Pistol formation with Maxwell Woods, the running back. Eckhouse claps his hands, turns and hands to Maxwell Woods off the left side, and he barrels forward to the 38-yard line, gain of 6 yards. And now a Utah State defender is down, holding his left ankle with 8 minutes, 33 seconds on the clock. That will stop the clock, and he was down before the officials spotted the ball, which is a new rule in college football. If they are down before the The ball is spotted. It doesn't charge him a timeout, but he has thrown his helmet off, and so he's obviously in a lot of pain. But again, a reminder that Utah State called a timeout on that 4th down play before the pass interference on Matthew Durant's earlier in the second half. That was in the 3rd quarter with about 2 minutes left. So they only have 2 timeouts remaining. And again, they're going to need all 3 of them down the stretch, but they don't have them. So they only have 2. But injured player on the field. We will step away. It is 27-14 with 8 minutes and 30 seconds remaining in the 4th quarter. So the injured player for Utah State is Tyree Morris. His left leg in an air cast as he gets carted off the field. The entire Utah State team came out to wish him well, and he's got his hands in his head as he heads toward the locker room. And what a devastating way to end this game for Tyree Morris.
I mean, he's only a junior, so hopefully this injury is not going to hold him back, and he could come back even stronger next season. Wishes for the best for Tyree Morris.
So his left leg put in the air cast, and they brought the cart out, and they were able to get him up and off the field safely. So play able to resume after that long break. So again, Utah State, Tyree Morris out of the game. Mike Larson, their safety, got ejected for targeting earlier in the game. So they're down 2 of their best defenders as they try to stop Washington State from driving down the field. The clock starts to roll again. 8 minutes, 10 seconds, and counting. 2nd down and 4 from Washington State's own 38-yard line. Maxwell Woods 12 yards away from 100 in the game. They hand it off to Woods off the left side. Jump cut out to the 40. He picked up a gain of 2, makes it 3rd down and 2 as we're under 8 minutes to play.
That was good edge sealing right there from Utah State. Woods, I mean, that should have probably been a loss on the play, but Woods with a good jump cut and spinning around, getting as many yards as possible. It's a 3rd and short. If Utah State finds a way to stop WSU right here, this could lead to a big 4th down decision.
A huge play in the famous Idaho Potato Bowl right here. 3 tight ends to the right side. Extra offensive lineman in. Noah Dunham to the left. Woods, the running back, off the right hip of Eckhouse. 3rd down and 2. They hand it off to Woods. He bounces it. He's got a huge crease down the left sideline, past the 40 into Utah State territory. What a big play for Maxwell Woods, and a flag flies after the play. Trey Lechner mixing it up with the Utah State Aggies, but it looks like it's going to be after the play, so likely still will be a first down with Maxwell Woods bouncing it and getting over 100 yards in the game.
Utah State players are signaling that that's going to be on Lechner, and he is a very feisty player. He's gone into it with a couple players in this season, especially with Oregon State. That's a rivalry that's brewing for next season, but maybe a new one now.
And it is unsportsmanlike conduct called on Lechner. So it's still first down for Washington State as Woods eclipses 100 yards in the game, up to 114, averaging over 14 yards per carry. Just 8 attempts today. What a big breakout game for Maxwell Woods. So it's going to be 1st and 10 Washington State from their own 49-yard line. And realistically, even though it's an unsportsmanlike conduct penalty, that does help Washington State have more yards to go and take more time off the clock.
Exactly. I mean, it's a big burst. Helps out the yards for Maxwell Woods, but it's going to be able to get a little bit more between each first down on where you want to chew the clock.
So from their own 49, Johnson back into the game off the right hip of Eckhouse. 7 minutes and counting. 3 minutes off the clock in this drive. Eckhouse off the right side on a read option, goes up and over a defender, and he gets pile driven down at the 45-yard line of Utah State. A gain of 6 for Eckhouse.
I mean, that's a lot of strength there from Zevi Eckhouse to be able to take that hit. It looked like he was about to get a WWE pile driver done to him, but that's the second time. I believe that the quarterback should not be taking hits like that. He is a strong guy, and there's a lot of young quarterbacks in this day's age that want to just go downhill as much as they can. But when you're in the most important position, you cannot be injured. So got to be more careful with hits like that.
Over 3.5 minutes off the clock on this drive. Johnson remains the back. 2nd down and 4 from the Utah State 45. Eckhouse claps the hands, gives it to Johnson off the left side, running backwards, now trying to fight back to the line of scrimmage, and he's going to lose a couple of yards. No surprise there.
I mean, Angel Johnson is not really able to get his footing. It's a great run defense there from Utah State, but somehow when Maxwell Woods is the back, the running lanes just seem to open way more, and the yards per carry is really showing that. Woods has 8 attempts with 114 yards compared to Angel Johnson. That's now a 6th attempt, moving backwards 2 yards for only 14 or 24 yards on the day. We'll see what they do.
Zevi Eckhouse looks like he's cramping. He comes to the sideline. Julian Duggar has checked into the game, and a timeout's going to be used by Jesse Bobbitt. That's a good timeout, as Eckhouse just suddenly ran off the field and kicked his leg up in the air, and they're working on Zevi Eckhouse on the sideline for Washington State. Julian Duggar has been rarely used this year, pretty much always in rushing situations. And it's still a running situation for Washington State here. He's just 0 of 3 on the season is Julian Duggar, but Eckhouse gets help to his feet and then falls right back down, continuing to be worked on. They're in that cramp position where they're stretching out his hamstring. So 5 minutes, 28 seconds on the clock. 3rd down and 6 after the loss of 2 from Johnson.
I mean, this may be a predictable play call, but with already 5 minutes run off the clock right here and Eckhouse not in the game, I think the Cougars should just try to find a way to run the ball and chew more clock, get it under 5 minutes. They're out of the timeout now.
So Duggar all alone in the backfield. This is typically where he runs the quarterback draw. 5 wide for the Cougars. 3rd down and 6 with 5:28 on the clock. Duggar claps his hands, turns, will throw, and it's caught by Mackenzie Aline. It's a first down for Washington State. They go to Julian Duggar to throw for a first down and take even more time off the clock. And Julian Duggar came into this game with 0 completions on the season. He is now 1 of 4, and that's the biggest one for Julian Duggar.
I mean, something that Cougar fans were kind of expecting to see at the beginning of the season. Love to see it at the end. Maybe that's something they could take into next year, but you can't put in Jackson Potter today. He didn't put his name in the transfer portal. He didn't want to play. So Duggar, big spot, stepping up. See what he does the rest of this drive.
Power formation for the Cougars. Duggar will keep it himself up the middle. He plows forward past the 35 to the 34. Brings up 2nd down and 4 after a gain of 6 to the 34-yard line. Eckhouse still being worked on the sideline for Washington State, but what a job by Julian Duggar to complete the pass to Mackenzie Aline, continue to move the clock forward. 5.5 minutes off the clock on this drive, Nathan.
I mean, this is exactly what we wanted, or we said that the Cougars wanted to do. They have to move the ball a little slowly, just chew the clock as much as you can, and Duggar is a good running quarterback for that opportunity.
Duggar keeps it himself, will throw again. This one is short, and it's incomplete. Lechner was the intended target, and that stops the clock. That is a very interesting call. They did it once, which was a great surprise attack call with Duggar throwing to Aline. Now they roll him out, and he throws it into the ground. That stops the clock, and that's really all that matters right now is the clock. As Eckhouse wanted to go back out, they keep him on the sideline. But Zevi wants to go back out there in his final game for Washington State. So 3 receivers to the right, 3rd down and 4. 4 minutes, 12 seconds on the clock, approaching 6 minutes evaporated in this drive by Washington State from the Utah State 34. Empty set for Duggar. Quarterback draw, all kinds of room off the left side. Duggar all alone to the 10-yard line, cuts it back, touchdown, Washington State. They stake their claim in the famous Idaho Potato Bowl. They put a fork in this one. The Cougars go up 33-14.
I mean, that's just the butter on top of the baked potato. Big run right there, and a QB draw. I guess Utah State just didn't have the numbers to protect it. They sent about 5 on the edge and a double coverage on the right side, left wide open area, nothing but blue in front of Julian Duggar, and that's an easy touchdown for him.
And that, my friends, is the shredded cheese on top of the baked potato for Julian Duggar to waltz his way into the end zone for his 2nd rushing touchdown of the year as Stevens kicks the extra point. Up and in, 34-14, lead back up to 20 for Washington State.
And that was the little bacon bits on top, that little extra point.
Yes.
That's the good little bacon. But man, just a way to step up Julian Duggar. Zevi Eckhouse and him yelling at each other on the sideline, hyping each other up. He was ready to come in. He knew that he'd have the opportunity because of Potter not being able to play today. And Eckhouse and him loving the effort. And what will be most likely the final game for Eckhouse. He couldn't be any more prouder of Julian Duggar. And back to a 20-point lead, Utah State. Anytime they've scored, Washington State responds in a massive way. And crazy numbers to see for Washington State this year. When we haven't expected them to run the ball in the second half, they have almost 200 yards just in the half alone. They now have 245 on the game. Just insane numbers to go along with their 341 passing yards. Amazing offense from Washington State. Just a great game to call.
Wow, what an absolute gem of a drive. 6 minutes came off the clock for Washington State. Utah State thought they might have a sliver of hope, and the Cougars say no way. There's 4 minutes left. Utah State down by 20. The kickoff will go out of bounds, and that's going to give the Aggies great starting field position, but they got to score 3 times in 4 minutes for a team that's only scored twice in all of the game.
To be fair, those 2 times have been the past 2 drives. So if they can go quickly, if they can force a 3 and out, maybe an incompletion somehow, it's going to be very hard. And it is a little unlikely, especially with them already burning that timeout earlier in this half. But it is still possible. Crazy things always happen, especially when it's bowl season. Magic stuff could happen, and maybe the famous Idaho Potato Bowl is one of those times that something famous could happen.
20-point lead for the Cougars. Bryson Barnes, the quarterback for Utah State, still not out there after taking that big shot from Cale Reeder. Conover is the quarterback still for the Aggies. He traveled from Logan, Utah. Overall record of 6-6 this year. Trying to build for the future with Bronco Mendenhall as they begin to wheel the Famous Idaho Potato Bowl championship stage on the far side of the field. Conover takes a snap, runs to his left, and will slide at the 39-yard line of the Utah State Aggies. We're under 4 minutes to play.
Polano chipping with the sideline there. He did make sure that he tackled him, but slide and a little bit of a extra effort there from Polano, not appreciated by Utah State.
34-14, 3:35 to play. Conover rolling out, hit by Polano as he was trying to throw. Zevi Eckhouse makes the catch on the sideline. It's an incomplete pass. Zevi Eckhouse celebrating to the crowd that he caught it. And a great moment as he turned to the Cougar faithful that made the trip. And they've been making a lot of noise. Very positive today throughout. It brings up 3rd down and 6 for Utah State with 3:33 on the clock from their own 39-yard line. Their season dwindling down. Conover with a 2-by-2 set. Takes the shotgun snap. Will throw a quick screen to Miles Davis. He breaks a tackle and he blasts over Jamari Smith, still running, spinning free down to the 45-yard line of Washington State. He broke about 3 tackles and he just knocked Jamari Smith into Christmas.
Well, something that was different about that play was the aggressiveness from Utah State. They've been a little indecisive with where they want to go. They've been using more cuts, but that time just power, just run through the guy, and that's something that the Cougars are trying to do against them. Good alternative route there by Miles Davis.
Welcome to the show, Jamari Smith. A quick throw by Conover is caught by the tight end, Cash Kioe.
And that's only the 4th receiver to have a reception. Technically the first first tight end to make the catch, and only the second either wide receiver or tight end to make the catch. It's been 2 running backs, 1 wide receiver, and now on the board with 1 catch for a tight end.
That was kind of the story all year for Utah State. Just 4 players listed as a wide receiver made a catch, and Pagan was their leading receiver. He didn't play today. They throw it quick to Anthony Garcia, the gadget quarterback / wide receiver / running back / tight end, and possibly a special teams player, and he gets the first down.
I mean, he has a touchdown in every single form that you could ask for: passing, running, throwing, or catching. And right there, good catch.
Empty set for Conover, 5 wide. Straight drop back from his own 30-yard line. From the Cougar 30-yard line, he breaks away down the left side, and he scampers out of bounds at the 21-yard line. Not enough for the first down as Utah State tries to go quick. The clock still running. 2 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. 34-14 lead for Washington State, trying to hold on and take the championship trophy here from the famous Idaho Potato Bowl. 3 receivers, 2 to the right, 1 to the left. Conover takes the shotgun snap, calm drop back over the middle. The pass is caught, and then Barthiel slams into the receiver immediately. It was caught by Nico Boncori. There is a flag down, and the clock has also gone past the 2-minute point, where we'll have the 2-minute timeout coming up after this announcement. There is a flag down, so we'll see what the call is. So more than 4 players in the backfield. It's a 5-yard penalty on Utah State. It'll stay 2nd down, but we've reached the 2-minute timeout. The final 2 minutes of the Washington State football season. They are up by 20 over Utah State in the famous Idaho Potato Bowl. You're listening to KUGR, the student voice of the Palouse. Final 2 minutes of the 2025-26 season for Washington State. It'll end before the new year this time. 34-14 lead over Utah State. It's been a fun atmosphere here in Boise, and it's going to get a whole lot more fun when they wheel out the championship stage and allow the players to celebrate. We just voted for the game MVP. We think Maxwell Woods deserves the big shout today. He's over 100 yards on the ground, including a lot of receiving yards as well. So he's been fantastic. Doesn't have a touchdown, but he did help secure that long drive for Washington State, and he's over 100 yards rushing, which is a very impressive stat. So back underway on second down and medium. Conover will lob it towards the end zone to Jacobs. It is caught, and it is a touchdown for Utah State. So they come in and they score on the first play back after the 2-minute timeout, and Jack Janikowski was the defensive end guarding the running back in Jacobs, and that is a big mismatch.
That was just a bad stunt blitz right there from the Cougars. A big mismatch there. I'm sorry, Janikowski, but you cannot keep up with Javon Jacobs. As soon as he turned his back, that's how Conover knew he could just throw it to the end zone, and Jacobs would go grab it. Great second half of offense from Utah State, and Conover doing a good job stepping up.
So after Barnes left the game and then left the stadium, it is now 34-21 after the extra point is good. So Conover with 2 passing touchdowns, very similar. Lob passes on a fade to the end zone, one on a wheel route, one on a nice fade. And so Utah State able to score 3 touchdowns in this game. That drive took 2 minutes and 18 seconds. So now a 2-possession game with 1:48 on the clock. And now you would almost have to kick an onside kick. They only have 2 timeouts remaining. So here, pretty much the ball game.
This could be the last hurrah for the Aggies and what has been a slightly disappointing season for them. They've had so many close games that went down to the wire, multiple games that even went to overtime, and they just can't seem to finish the job. They seem like they could get something going, and then it always falters, like their offense finally kicking into gear, but then it's the defense that starts to fall behind. And right now they need a miracle from their kicker to get it either in the air, to get a quick, speedy recovery by Utah State, or an error by Washington State's recovery team.
Zachary Robbins has come in, 6'3", 220-pound freshman from Payson, Utah. The onside kick specialist for Utah State. He's angled toward the far side of the field. There are 5 Cougars over there, and now a good timeout called by Jesse Bobbitt to see it, and then now have a chance to react to it and maybe let Utah State think about it themselves if they want to come out in the same thing.
That's just icing the freshman right there. They put Zach Robbins in, and now he has to understand that, like, okay, I got this. He can find a way to either get it bouncing and rolling. And football, onside kicks, sometimes they're really hard to catch. You have to be able to track the ball into your hands and understand where it is. And if you're Washington State on the hands team, use your hands. Do not use your chest. Do not use any other part of your body, because as soon as it hits you and you do not have possession, that's a live ball. If it doesn't go 10 and you touch it, Utah State can pick it right back up. And even if they get this and hold on to their 2 timeouts, they can win this game.
So the ball placed on the far hash at the 35-yard line. The laces are pointed toward the near side of the field where only 4 Cougars are. 5 Cougars on the far side of the field. The onside kick faked to the far side. They reset. They come towards the near side. Still just 4 Cougars over there with Tony Freeman in the middle of the field. Robbins onside kick, high bounce into the air. Noga goes up and grabs it with the left hand and falls down. Washington State recovers the onside kick. It was dangerous for a little bit, but Jeremiah Noga comes through, and the senior transfer from Oregon State makes a great play to go up and grab it with his hands. Like you mentioned, Nathan didn't wait for it to come down and hit him in the shoulder pads. He goes up and extends with the hands to grab it, and that looked like a rebound. And Washington State has 1 more minute and 47 seconds on the clock. Julian Duggar remains the quarterback for the Cougars. Utah State still has 2 timeouts to call. Maxwell Woods the running back off the left hip of Duggar. He will hand it off to Woods off the right side, finding a gap, shifts his way up to the 45, and a timeout called by Mendenhall immediately. That play took 7 seconds off the clock, so 1 minute 40 remain in the fourth quarter. Cougars up 34-21.
These timeouts are going to run off quickly, but if they can find a way to force a punt, or maybe the Cougars go for it and fail, Utah State with a touchdown and a onside kick. I mean, they really need one right now. And that last one, it was a great kick. Zach Robbins put it on the money. It was end over end straight. It was just not really great job by the recovery team going to the ball. An amazing catch, as you mentioned, by Noga. It was a box out, understanding where he was on the field, using his great hands to take the ball away from Utah State. But this game is not over if Utah State can stop Washington State. If Julian Duggar and now Pulalasi in the backfield, if they cannot find a way to get a first down, they're going to get another chance with the ball.
A first down would all but end it for Washington State. Just one more timeout for Utah State. Minute 42 on the clock. Duggar keeps it himself off the left side, looking to throw, decides to keep it in his hands, and he gets tracked down inbounds. So it ends up being a wise play, even though Duggar thought about throwing it and then almost went out of bounds. Utah State forced to call their third and final timeout with 1 minute and 32 seconds on the clock. It's going to be 3rd down and 6 from the Utah State 43. So still a chance for Utah State. They got to score twice. They need to get the ball back, first of all, and then they need to score twice. So if they can stop Washington State, they would have less than a minute to go, and they got to score twice. So very, very slim hopes for the Aggies.
It is very slim, but anything is possible. We'll see what happens. This is the determining play of the game. Washington State gets it. I mean, if they get 10 yards right here, they get 600 total yards on the day. That would be quite a number to get.
By far their most on the season. The Cougar offense this year just averaging 315 yards per game, so almost double. Not quite double, but very close to it. And it's felt like that. 34 points on the board. 3rd down and 6. Duggar keeps it himself up the middle, snaking forward to the 40-yard line, falling down 2 yards short of the line to gain. He gained 4 yards out to the 39-yard line. So it's going to be 4th down. And the clock will continue to run. There's 30 seconds on the play clock. Minute 10 on the game clock. So it'll track down to under 1 minute.
Washington State could just run this clock down and take the timeout with as little as time left on the clock as possible. They could decide to go for it, and if they get it, they win the game. But if they don't, Utah State only has to go 60 yards, which would be a lot less. But now with only about 45 seconds left on the clock, it's going to be very hard for Utah State to get this.
Leo Pulalasi dancing away from the big potato man they put on the Jumbotron. Cougars are feeling really good about themselves right now. 40. They'll have 47, I believe, on the clock. So they put it to 47 seconds. If the Cougar offense wants to stay out there and punch it through and end the season on their terms, they can do it. If they don't pick it up, Utah State can have the opportunity to go down, score quick, kick an onside kick, score again, which would be one of the craziest finishes in all of college football. But the offense is still out there. So here we go. 40. They moved it down to 46. So 46 seconds on the clock. Ball on the 39-yard line of Utah State. 4th down and 2. Heavy formation. 3 tight ends to the right side. Leo Pulalasi, the running back. And a whistle is blown. And there you go. So they asked him to put it to 47. 1 second ran off the clock. Now it goes back to 47 seconds. And so they blow the whistle. 3 tight ends to the right side. Extra offensive linemen in the game. Leo Pulalasi, the running back. Snap to Duggar. Keeps it himself. He's going to throw. He's got Lechner, and it is caught by Trey Lechner. Down to the 10-yard line, and the Cougars are going to win the famous Idaho Potato Bowl. Julian Duggar throws it again. Trey Lechner makes the grab inside the 10-yard line. And the Cougars can take a knee if they want to, or they can try to run up the score. Julian Duggar in the shotgun 2x2 set. He claps. He hands it. Pulalasi running down to the 5-yard line where he's taken down. So a gain of 2. And the final 20 seconds will tick off the clock. That will be the final play in all likelihood of this season for Washington State. Leo Pulalasi took it for 2 yards, but Julian Duggar comes in at the end, and the Washington State Cougars are the 2025 Famous Idaho Bowl champions. They move to a winning record on the year with interim head coach Jesse Bobbitt getting French fry bath, and the Cougars can celebrate a winning season. 34-21, the final score here from Boise.
What a great win from Washington State. And it was all around in that first half and then a little bit of the second half as well. It was just defensive dominance. They could not let this attack of Utah State get anything down the field. While they did give up 3 touchdowns at the end of the game, a lot of that came when starters were taken off and Jacob Conover came in, and that was a little bit of a spark for Utah State. But they offense did a great job running down the clock at the end of that game. They just knew how to run the ball down the trenches of Utah State, and they ended up with 255 rushing yards on top of 373 passing yards for a total of 628 total yards, just 2 yards away from doubling that season average. So that's quite an insane day at the office for the offense. There were still 4 mistakes, the missed field goal and the 3 Sevi turnovers. But other than that, you have to be so satisfied with how the end of the season went for Washington State, and just an amazing job all around for every part of the coaching staff. Just they wanted this game. You could tell the players, they had the heart, they had the hustle, they had the fight, they had the energy, and now they get to celebrate with a lot of potatoes.
The Cougars definitely came in the team that wanted it more, and they had that mindset that whoever wanted it more was going to win, and they definitely came shot out of a cannon for sure. There was a lot of hard hits early. They pressured Bryson Barnes. He ends up leaving the game and the stadium as a whole. So that's a devastating blow to Utah State, and his career ends with a crazy game where it just was not his day at the office because of how good this Washington State defense played. They were a top 25 defense in the country this year, which is very, very wild to say about a Washington State defense. The offense, though, was the issue all year long, and they come through and put up 628 yards in the bowl game.
That's quite a number. And Butch T. Cougar is celebrating in the fry bath as well, doing potato angels. That's quite a sight. And if you're a Washington State Cougar fan, you've got to be satisfied with how this ended. There's been so much turmoil and drama in the past couple of weeks. You're sad about your coach leaving. You're sad about your players leaving. But what does this team decide to do? They band together. Even the players who have announced that they're transferring, they know that this team is special. And while the record may not show it, this has been quite an exciting season. So many ups and downs, so many storylines, and there's still a lot of excitement for years to come. So many players are pretty much announced that they're going to stay, and they're going to be loyal to this team. So Crimson and Gray will be awesome to see. But unfortunately for us, this is our final call for KUGR. Davis, it has been a great honor to be here in Boise, Idaho for this final football game of the season.
Yeah, what a rare opportunity for KUGR to travel to Boise, Idaho, and call the Famous Idaho Potato Bowl. It's been such a fun trip. It's going to be a quick turnaround to get ready for more basketball season, but how about this football season ending with a win for Washington State? I think a lot of people would have been satisfied ending the year after that Oregon State win. They get the win 32-8, become regular season self-proclaimed Pac-12 champions, and now they come in and have an even better performance against Utah State and win it 34-21. But yes, Nathan, what a fantastic journey to the Idaho Potato Bowl, and just all around great vibes here in Boise.
It's just been such a fun day, and I might eat a second potato today.
The final score today, 34-21. Washington State takes the 2025 Famous Idaho Potato Bowl. They become champions and trophy holders to end the year with a record of 7-6. Utah State falls to 6 wins and 7 losses on the year. A future Pac-12 matchup. It's sure to be a great conference moving forward, but the future of KUGR will be able to call those games for years and years on down the line, which will leave us watching from the sidelines. The hands will be very, very well taken care of with Smith Sly taking over after the conclusion of this full year. But a positive note to end the year for Washington State, 34-21, the final score for KUGR and Nathan Eshelman. I'm Davis Hagen saying so long from Boise, Idaho.